Just give us a few more minutes. I hope we taught you how to do screen sharing. It's part of the service. Clearly, you know, it's a very important response. I like this.
I'm ready.
Okay. So, welcome to London. Welcome to Europe. Welcome to August. A big, massive day today. We're unleashing our top 10, but we're unleashing it in context. We're giving you the whole context around the top 10. And before we do that, why don't I pass over to Scott, our chair of the project.
Thanks, John. So did you get a chance to introduce everyone here?
Yes, please do.
No. So,
Introduce yourself.
all right, so I'll introduce myself. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out which order we're in here right now. Sorry. So I'm Scott Hudson. I co-chair the GenAI Security Project, where the Agentic Security Initiative is a key part of. I'll talk a little bit about that in just a little bit. But it's great to have everyone here and to be here in London kicking this off.
Hi everyone, I'm Sam Stefano. I'm the chapter leader of the OWASP London chapter. We're all London, hey! And I'm also one of the OWASP Global Board Directors. I'm a OWASP Global Board member. Welcome everyone.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, I'm Keren Katz. I'm leading the Agentic Top 10, or as John called it, the Top 10 for Agentic Applications. And I'm also leading the security detection at Tenable.
Right, and I'm John Sotiropoulos. I'm member of the board for the GenAI Security Project. I co-lead the Agentic Security Initiative, and I'm chairing the top 10 working with Keren. And obviously, I'm so excited. I keep forgetting introducing people. So what we're going to do today is we have a packed agenda. We wanted to welcome you, and again, you know, very, very warm welcome. Be part of this conversation. We are going to launch officially the top 10, but we want to launch this top 10, as I said, in context. And the best way to introduce the top 10, I think, is to introduce our project.
Thanks, John. So as John said, we have a lot packed into the agenda today. Let's see. All right, so for a lot of you, many of you are familiar with OWASP. Just raise a hand for fun. Right. Awesome. Great. And so what we find not everybody's aware of is the GenAI Security Project. So we are an initiative within OWASP. We started roughly 20 months ago, and we began as a top 10 list for LLM and generative AI, as you may have seen. But from there, we've actually grown quite a bit. We grew and became an initiative that was focused not just at a top 10 list, but also focused on finding solutions to the mitigations and risks. So that built out, and we actually restructured at the beginning of this last year to become the GenAI Security Project. We have 8 working groups working across the life cycle of AI security. So we become a project of projects. And so with that, the ASI and the Agentic Security Initiative is a key one there. We're really excited to be able to be here in London to roll this out. We are also, to give you an idea of the growth our community has seen, it's been pretty amazing. Just this last year, we have grown to over 7,500 people on our Slack alone. These are people who are contributing, who are providing commentary, who are tracking a lot of the work that we're doing as a project. Slack is where we do our work, so it's a great place there. Our LinkedIn followers, we have gone well over 20,000 on our LinkedIn, so it just shows the interest of the community. And we continue to see growth in our collaborations we're doing with standard organizations such as NIST and even the European government organizations and UK government organizations. So we're really taking a full global approach to this. Over 160 supporting organizations. These are companies who are providing in-kind contributions and resources to the project, both in terms of people and in terms of other resources. And we really have our sponsors to help support us, to provide us with funding to help us do great events like today that F5 helps support us with, as well as help us do things like fund our website, help us enable our community of experts to be able to do their work, by providing editorial and other resources to help support them and make sure that we're growing as a community. Not only have we built as a community, we've also provided a huge amount of guidance. So just over the last year, we've published nearly 50 pieces of guidance across the life cycle of generative AI security. In addition, we've really kind of expanded our focus to make sure that we are addressing not just practitioners and developers, but also CISOs and other audiences that are looking to help to solve these issues, because these are not, with generative AI, these are not just uniquely set to the practitioners and technologists. This is a issue that crosses across functional areas. And so we really need to enable the entire community. And so that's where the project has focused. We've also been very clear that we wanted to be a global organization, and we've done that through making our materials available through multiple languages. So today, I'm happy to say that we have over almost 20 different localized versions of material covering a broad set of languages. And we're continuing to do this. This is all done by a group of volunteers. And I want to be really clear that these are our practitioners building content for practitioners. These are you guys building stuff for yourselves. And what that means is that we've really taken an approach that's focusing on, with this very quickly moving space of generative AI and agentic security, getting the guidance out quickly and focusing on iterating on that guidance as much as we can to ensure that we're continuing to do the best we can and provide the best guidance we can at the time. We also have things that are upcoming, and we have some new stuff that we've recently announced. So we have 10 new resources coming up in Q1. We have an extensive roadmap. If you go to our website, you can see what's coming. It's also a great opportunity if you want to contribute to see what work areas that we're contributing to, where you could potentially add value, either bringing your use cases or your expertise to help us be able to continue this community effort toward helping build a better, more secure generative AI deployments and generative AI environment. We also have some new tools. So our project is not just documents and guidance, it's also source code, it's also tools. You're going to hear more about that from the agentic side, from the agentic teams. But we have a new tool that we just announced, a new initiative around our AI SBOM tool project. And I think I see Helen back here in the back here, who's one of our lead there on that project. And so we haven't gotten we've been so tied up with everything for this lovely event here. We're going to get the announcements out on that on LinkedIn. So look for that this next week. And it's a great opportunity to contribute both technically and also, as I said, help contribute from a use case and need perspective. And again, want to thank our sponsors who help make this possible. Everybody in the community who contributes, everybody who is part of our supporting companies and our sponsors really make this possible. And so thank you to you, thank you to our community. And we're going to really have the opportunity to dive deep into agentic security. And we're excited about that because really the team has been working on agentic security for the last year or more. In fact, we called out agentic as an issue back in our 2025 top 10 list. And you'll hear more in detail soon, but really I want to talk about the fact that we really had a lot of pressure back at the end of 2024 to put out a top 10. But the team got together and really recognized that we weren't ready. There weren't the patterns out there to do application patterns, to be able to do threat modeling. There weren't the protocols and architectures out there. So we needed more data. But rather than just waiting, we decided at that point to put out an initial guidance. And that's where the team put out our threats and mitigations guidance and continue to provide more guidance throughout the year as we continue to get more data, hackathons, additional resources, things around MCP, how to do threat modeling. All that has been built for the team. The team has built as a foundation for helping us really understand what we need to do from an agentic perspective. So today, I think we're going to have a great opportunity to drill deep into each of those areas, and which is going to be awesome. So what I'd like to do, take a moment here and just ask F5, who's been so gracious to help sponsor the event, just to come and say a quick welcome, a couple of words.
Perfect. Thank you, Scott. I've been warned against using my usual 100-slide deck, so today should be fairly quick and brief for you all. But I do want to extend my thanks to Scott, to Sam, to the whole team, and really congratulate you all on the launch of the top 10 today. It's really an honour and a privilege to be here and just be given a few moments to have a talk. My name is Dave Warburton. I'm with F5 Labs. We conduct data-driven threat research within F5. So what we do is we focus on collecting data and analytics from across the company. We buy data externally, we crunch the numbers, and hopefully try and produce useful, actionable threat intelligence we put out for everyone like you and the blue teamers and the defenders out there. I'm sure, as you all know, we've all been using the OWASP top 10, the web application top 10 for many, many years. It's kind of our go-to, our bread and butter. It's really the one thing that helps have the conversation with the board and really drives things forward. And really, we're hoping that's going to be the same for the Agentic top 10 today. So we've been doing an awful lot of research within the LLM space. In fact, we've had some F5 engineers over the years actually help contribute to the LLM top 10. So again, it's just an extension of that work we're doing. We're really glad to be here. But really, from an F5 point of view, it's really the acquisition of Calypso a few months ago that's really driven that AI and agentic research for us. In fact, we've got any Calypso staff members here today. Any show of hands? Thanks for showing up, guys. I really appreciate it. They are the true kind of heroes and they're the knowledgeable folk within the F5 organization now. In fact, I was just talking to one of the head researchers a few weeks ago in our recent conversations about his kind of perspective and what he's doing to drive the rule sets and the red teaming product that we have. And it's fascinating. He often calls Agentic AI the kind of toddler with a gun. And I would actually take that analogy one step further and say it's an army of toddlers with guns that we're really putting out there. So it's really going to be potentially a threatening landscape. And from my point of view, it's fascinating that we spent years trying to educate, the very weakest link, the humans, which now I kind of see as automated humans. It's the kind of agentic systems that we're trying to teach social engineering to, because if you look at the kind of threat landscape, it's very, very similar to those humans that are out there. So I just want to finish off by saying that we really kind of appreciate, again, us putting it forward. The GenAI security framework is a fantastic framework, an open language for everyone to kind of talk the same language and really drive the conversation forward. Thank you again for having us, allowing us a few moments to speak here. We'll be around for the day should anyone want to talk and ask any questions. But with that, wish you a good afternoon. I hope it's all been really useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so big round of applause for F5. We're really, really grateful for the sponsorship. So we're going to talk about the top 10 and launch it formally. But first, let's talk about the Agentic Security Initiative, because as Scott said, the top 10 isn't something that's just emerged in our heads. When we started this conversation back in the 25 with the excessive agency, those of you who do LLM applications, we'll talk about excessive agency. And we have those usual robust debates that we have at OWASP. Is that enough or not? And instead of going for a top 10, we decided to create an initiative where we completely understand what's happening in the landscape. And very quickly, that initiative became a massive team. And I'm very, very proud to have there the core team that we have. There will be some videos that they introduce themselves later in the YouTube, but they created this security and innovation at scale. And not just that, we decided that in today's world, everyone can go to ChatGPT and generate content. So how do we make sure that, as Scott said, we respond to the challenges at the pace of innovation, at the pace of change? So how do we do that without becoming bureaucratic and without becoming formal like ISO? We do that by having the community itself doing the peer review, having all of you, being open to all of you, but also having a distinguished expert board there, people from NIST, people from, I'm sure you all know Hiram, people from Microsoft, from AWS, Dan Jones here from Microsoft. So, and we have that editorial control that everything gets reviewed, and we have robust conversations. We like robust conversations. So if you enjoy them, come and join us. And as part of that, as Scott said, we didn't jump into an opinionated top 10 because it was too early. In fact, we focused on covering the entire life cycle, and those documents have been very popular. So if you want to go into depth, those documents are still there. We'll be refreshing them to match the top 10, but very much, very, very detailed, validated guidance. We cover the tools. We also cover governance and the state of security, agentic AI and governance. I got it right? And because we renamed that document a couple of times. But we also don't like the rubbish of just producing content. So having vulnerabilities in code, Ali Howe, one of our core team members, leading that. And also very recently, we created the collective with a new initiative, a CTF platform. I don't know if Helen, do you mind kind of standing up and say, are you there? Yeah, so big round of applause, a massive advancement with how we educate people. When I go and do lectures at university, they say we don't want to read things, we want to play with things. So that's what the CTF is doing. So those are the things that we did before. And then all of a sudden we saw that the landscape is changing. It isn't, when we did a webinar from the beginning of the top 10 for LLMs, where there was theoretical possibilities. Now things are happening. In fact, if you go to that QR code there, if you're watching this on YouTube or here, we track that consistently and constantly, all the incidents. And we realize that actually things are happening now faster. And so why then go for an OWASP top 10 if we have all those documents and guidelines? Well, if you put them all together, like something like 270 pages, and I don't know about you, I don't have the time to read 207 pages. They're very good reference material. You can dive in, you can find, you can use, Notebook LLM or ChatGPT to advise them, but you need a compass. And that's why we launched, the kickoff was back in the summer, to start consulting with the industry on the top 10 and summarizing what we have. To cover this evolving landscape, that's why we started tracking those vulnerabilities. But also we realized that there were standards coming out that making reference to agentic. And we didn't want that, there is a bit of standards fatigue actually, many people covering the same thing. And it's great to have many voices, but we need that aligned narrative. And that's why we went out of our way to make sure that we map to those standards so there isn't that cacophony that will confuse you. And above all, we decided to do, with my partner in crime here, to do a mass scale consultation. You have absolutely no idea how many people we talked to. We memorized our lines at the end. We talked to end user organizations, we talked to vendors, we talked to the government organizations.
Some of them are here today.
Exactly, yes. Some of you are here today. We thank you. But also, organizations like, I'm really grateful to the UK's National Cybersecurity Council, also Center helping us. Organizations like the FCA, Airbus, they all gave us good insights and helped us evolve this. And that's how we got to the top 10. Keren, are you ready?
Is that the time?
Is that the time? Are you ready?
Yes.
Why don't we have a nice little countdown there to reveal the top 10? Yeah, the 10. Come on. 10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There it is. Well, as John said, we worked on it so long, so I'm beyond excited talking about it. So forgive me for any mistakes, but I think we all very familiar with prompt injection and jailbreak. And honestly, I don't think anyone in the room can hear about it anymore, right? But the main shift that we wanted to emphasize over here is that once we moved from LLMs to agents, prompt injection and jailbreak are not only data exfiltration, they're about changing the intention of the agent and actually manipulating its goals. So that's why we chose to start with ISI first on Agent Go Hijack, and Kayla here will cover that very shortly soon. The second one is the tool misuse and exploitation, and I think there's some kind of confusion between that and the fourth one, which is the agentic supply chain. So I'll cover that very briefly, and Evgeniy later on will talk about it. But what we're meaning here is that sometimes agent can have access to legitimate tools, right? Because that's the entire purpose of agentic AI, right? So imagine your agent connected to a tool and then an attacker exploiting it by prompt injection, by content injection, or any other adversarial as we know it. So that's an important issue that we wanted to bring in, because in that scenario, you have legitimate tools that are manipulated. The third one is the identity and privilege abuse, which is widely spoken in many other security domains. But the thing about here is, how do we know if the agent that is actually has access to many data and many tools and many actions, how do we know what's the identity of the users that actually access to it, and what are they allowed to see and what are they allowed to do? So that's just one example, but think about multi-agent systems and how it goes wrong, right? So the fourth one, I started to talk about it, but we're talking over here about squatted tools, about manipulated tools that are trying to connect to your agents. I think everybody knows MCP, right? That's the new cool kid in the block. But that's just one example for supply chain vulnerability that can go wrong. Okay, it's not just applications like old times that try to connect to you or like malicious URLs, but we're talking about malicious tools, malicious agents that are trying to send you manipulated output or input in runtime, right? The fifth one will be how agents can execute code if they given the wrong input. And imagine what's going to happen if this agent is heavily embedded into your workflows. The sixth one, I have to admit, is one of my favorites. It is memory and context injection. And the reason that I think that it is super interesting is that when we were talking about LLM security, we were focusing about the prompts and the user interactions. Obviously, we had data poisoning, which is some sort of similar, but with that in mind, what scares me the most is that the attack is invisible. You know, I can implement prompt injection either in the memory or in the rack. For example, I can send you an email or an invite, as you all know. And then what can happen is that the output could be manipulated, the workflow could be hijacked, and nobody knows about it. All right, so the seventh one is mostly about how agents connect and communicate with each other. So it's not only human language and human interactions that could cause the malicious effect, but also agents that connect with each other and how it looks like in multi-agent system. The eighth one is one of my favorites, and I want John to soon react to that, but cascading failures, talking about when we have systems that are composed of so many agents, tools, and other agentic components, think about them working together, having one of them being poisoned, having one of them having the wrong context, and what will happen in there. So I know I can tell you that many governments are now dealing with this question, and I get to advise them and to see that part of their disaster recovery plan is to understand what to do with cascading failures of agents. We're almost there. Bear with me. So the ninth one's talking about the human agent trust exploitation, and it talks about over-reliance on AI, how people take what AI says and then they take it as granted, but also like how can AI turn people to do risky actions, for example, click on that URL, but when it comes to agentic, think about actions in your workflow, in your operational lines, and how it look like. And the last one will be RAG agents that Tomer will soon be covered, but think about an agent that suddenly became malicious. How does it look like? Yes, John.
Don't think about James Bond. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what we used to call, and I think that's an excellent introduction there. What was just going back and forth with single interactions, now it becomes complex. You have a whole journey to understand. So I love the identity question there. If your agent does something wrong, will the agent be identifiable or will end up being in court? So that agentic, how do we flow that identity is important. Cascading failures, I have this nice example someone said, most of the security tooling is using AI, or at least they're claiming, everyone's kind of so keen to use AI. Imagine a scenario where all your firewalls, there is one of them, one agent there that says attack, and then all of a sudden, all of them respond to that by locking you down. And that's why you said about governments, that's why it's really important to safeguard when you have critical decisions to understand how those failures are going to be cascaded.
And John, if I may, it's not only government, because as we're all running to embed those agentic workflows into our companies, and we're creating those chains of agents, which could be super helpful. And don't get me wrong, I'm highly advocating you to do that. But we don't understand the implication of that. We don't think one step forward, and that's why we wanted to highlight it.
Exactly. And I think, that's the point there is this. When we move from LLM top 10 to agentic top 10, think about those additional interactions, whether they're between your users and your data sources, or whether it's between different agents amongst them, of how they cascade, of how they communicate. So, okay, stop, that's okay. Shall we move to the next one?
Yeah, I think we created this little script for you because the diagram, because we wanted to really emphasize about how it is not only user interactions with LLM anymore. So the user is now using the agent to have access to data, to have access to tools, not only internally in the company, but outside of the company. And I think we don't grasp that the way that it is. Think about users now having access to all of the tools that you're enabling your agents to have. That's the right way to think about it. Think about your workflow in your company that are empowered by agents, exposed to all of those tools and MCPs and A2A connections that are enabled to your agents. And to make that 1 + 1, which equal more than 2, unfortunately, I think this diagram is super helpful. So we want you to use that. We want you to have it so it be memorable. And every time you have a new agent in your company, I really encourage you to ask those questions, to take this diagram and try to map the different parts that you have of your agent and ask those questions. So how my user interacting with the agent? What is their intention compared to the agent intention? How is the agent interacting with the external tools or with the external connections? Does it align with its goal? So those are just examples, but I really encourage you to take that diagram as a tool for you in your daily life.
We're giving you a freebie for threat modeling, so have no excuses not to do threat modeling for Agentic. Take this diagram and the batteries run out, and apply it to your organizational use case. Because we also, I think we're going to go to the next one, and I need this, that's run out about it. I think what Keren has very beautifully done there is starting teeing that not all those problems are going to be everywhere. You need to understand where in your application and your system those risks apply and take the mitigations. But we also understand that, we also understand that the mitigations will change. So we're not just filtering input and output. You now need to secure all the inputs to your system. You need to put telemetry and report and monitoring there, because drift will happen. Rogue agents will appear. How many of you have read the recent paper from OpenAI on hallucinations? Any of you? So it turns out actually, hallucinations are because we're emphasizing one goal. So that can happen. That drift can happen. So you need to monitor that.
I think another piece of information that I want to share with you today is that sometimes we're kind of naive thinking that users are using the agent for the purpose that we created it for. But I can tell you, because in my day-to-day job, and my friends over here doing that too, we're looking over many, many user prompts and many, many agents actions. And we see that those users are not that naive. And even if they're not malicious, they're trying to play with the agent and think about a user that is just playful with the agent and end up, transferring money to his account, or just doing the wrong action that we weren't thinking about. Okay, so that's about how we want to look into the intention of the user. I call it intent. And then, John, you were speaking a lot about the identity aspect of the mitigations.
Yes, I think identity is becoming a big factor, non-repudiation and all that. We see many different standards emerging. We started with the agentic naming service that actually being deployed by GoDaddy in production. We're seeing vendors like Microsoft introducing identity, but make sure you have a story about it. That you look at those tools, use short timed credentials, and make sure they don't leak, because delegation and impersonation will happen. So make sure, and especially when you have a multi-agentic environment where different agents communicate with each other, which makes actually supply chain very interesting, then, doesn't it? Forget about just libraries. Imagine different agents talking to each other. So having bombs, which is why that's so important to have Helen creating that initiative.
I think another important mitigation that I'm taking out of this work that I want to push you through is, validating the tools. Because when we have application that is connected to our workflows, we do such a massive work on checking it out, making sure we know what it's doing. And when it comes to those agentic tools, we never look at that, right? So for example, think about people in your organization that are using Microsoft Copilot or Google Gemini. They can just execute some of those tools, and we don't even know which are those tools. Even if they're legitimate, what are they doing? Are they exposing any data? Are they exposing any actions that we don't want to do, or at least we want to monitor it? And I'm not talking even about malicious tools that need to be verified, just as we're doing with code libraries, right? So that's the same in the agentic world.
And if you think about Replit, their tool wasn't malicious at all, but it was on production and it deleted their entire database. So please don't put things directly into production. Do the good hygiene, do the sandboxing, make sure you don't trust agents uncritically. Should we move to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to it because we're running actually slightly. And so we also understand that all those threats and mitigations that we have, they're not going to be applicable day one. When we talk about agentic AI, we always find ourselves as always being ahead of the curve, and that's a good thing because we can come and tell you about the new things that are coming. But also we're aware that you're not always at that end of the journey. Not all of you, in fact, I would very much doubt if many of you have multi-agents in production. So we want to take you through that journey and we want to help you understand, and there will be an update on the state of agentic AI governance, giving you more resources on that, how to actually map your top 10 to your own journey, starting from the simple copilot that most organizations use today, moving to the Power Automate, and all the way to custom pilots and copilots and distributed agents. And that's why we think we are today not just announcing the Agentic Top 10, but we're announcing a program that will take the top 10 and make it part of making change. The game is asymmetrical, so we need to work together, not just to give you documents to read and maybe sometimes fall asleep, but to make them part of what you do. So I'm really proud today to announce the Make It Happen. I'm sure we'll rename it. It's a kind of a very simple name for now, where it targets different aspects of how do we bring change. And the first one that we love, and I know Keren loves, is...
All right, so our mission is to see you actually gain value of what we created. So our first challenge, are you ready for it? Will be, all right, so we're going to have a conference day at the RSA in San Francisco very soon in March. We want to see how you implemented the Agentic Top 10 in your companies. So we call all of you to assign your papers and to share with us how have you implemented that in your companies and how have you improved your posture during that time. And we will give the winners or, the most expressive companies to actually present their work at the RSA Summit that we're going to have. So I really want to see all of you getting value out of what we've done.
And I think, that's a great way to incentivize you, but also to make that conversation, not just when we release documents. So we will support that journey. In fact, we're talking with the squad to bringing a self-certification scheme, but let us have that conversation of how we can help you make that part of your journey. And if we achieve that, I think it will be fantastic to have you on RSA, but I think it will be a major, major victory for AI security adoption. We also understand that these are emerging challenges, so not all the mitigations would be ready out of the box. And that's why we're partnering with academia, with startups, with research organizations. We're talking to LASR, we're going to an event tomorrow that's hosted by Microsoft. How can we create opportunities? How can we inform the research agenda on the things? We talk about an intent capsule in our document. What does that mean? How do we give you something that actually you can take it and just deploy it instead of having your engineering team creating mitigations from scratch? So that's the mitigation accelerators. The code samples and hackathons, we already have it in place with the CTF. We'll just uplift it and make sure that focuses on the top 10. And finally, we want to invite people from the industry. And my colleague, Ron De Rosario, who I hope is watching, thank you, Ron, for this. We're bringing in people like a security architect from Lovable to write a separate piece about secure vibe coding. So if any of you are in the middle of something that's as impactful as vibe coding or identity, come and talk to us, and we'll bring your voice into the work that we do. Right, before we do that, I accidentally skipped a slide that is really, really important, and we shouldn't have. So this work, you will hear from the entry leads, and you'll think, my goodness, what's this entry leads? How many leads can an initiative have? As many as we need. So we started this back in the summer. I did a kickoff. We started the public draft, and then joined by the most energetic person ever to work with, Keren, that's kind of delivered that. And Ron, my colleague for the initiative, helped you. But the real work was really down to the entry leads that you'll see them there, kind of a nice diagram like an arrow there. We couldn't have all of them here today. We thank them, but we have a few of them that will take us in a few lightning talks, a few dive-ins into the top 10.
So if I may add, I wanted to, first of all, thank John, Ron, Scott, and Steve. I hope you're watching us for all of your contribution and hard work. It really lays the foundation for us to do this work. And on personal note, thank you for trusting me doing it. And the entry leads. Wow, I couldn't do that without you. So thank you so much. And today we wanted to give you a taste of what the Agentic Top 10 look like. You know, it's not that long, so rest assured. But we want to give you a TED Talk style of what it's like, so you can really get off this room with some actionable insight that you can implement today. And that's the whole purpose of it. So please welcome Kayla, Tomer, Evgeniy, and Stefano.
All right. Drive slides here. So I'm Kayla Underkoffler. I am the Director of AI Security and Policy Advocacy with Zenity. And I'm so excited to be here today to walk you through our number one, hopefully, number one risk, which is agent goal hijack. A quick little display of the journey here for this specific risk entry. We started with calling it behavior. It was about behavior manipulation. And that was pretty fun to write the first, like, let's get this started bit of content, because the idea of going through, well, what is behavior for an agent is layered, right? And we were trying to keep these ingestible and easy to use. And so throughout the process of the first entry to what we have in the final version, it's changed to agent goal hijack, which is the perfect description, really, because when if you're going to define something, you can't use the name, which is actually a fun challenge. And okay, how else can I describe agent goal hijack? Because we did a great job naming it, right? So this is all about malicious actors taking over or subverting. Let's say that's another word I've seen a lot used to describe this. The goals of the agent. So and the actions of the agent, what it's doing behind the scenes. So how does this happen? So what we have here is the powerful autonomy of an agent, right? If it's not autonomous, it's not an agent. That's a requirement. And the power that it has to reason and plan and make sure that it executes for its goals makes it just a powerful entity within the organization. And when you combine that with the inherent weakness of artificial intelligence, agents being built on top of AI, also a requirement here. This is the fact that agents and the model underneath cannot differentiate between the context and new commands. So with that inability to discern when am I hearing something new versus when am I ingesting something that's going to help provide an answer or help execute against the goal, it leaves the agent incredibly vulnerable to, we already said prompt injection, we've heard too much of today. It's not the only attack vector we're concerned about here, but it's definitely one of the most concerning, right? So when we're talking about prompt injection, we have direct prompt injection, indirect prompt injection. In this case, when we're talking about agents, indirect prompt injection is definitely one of the most concerning, because when you have an agent that's going out, gathering context, that's the point, it's interacting with the world that it's trying to provide information around, it's consuming everything it can. And in that process, if there is a malicious plan with indirect prompt injection that's meant to change the goals, to subvert the goals of the agent, that's where we have this gap. So the other thing I'll point out here is that, of course, this is very challenging to detect, because again, the agent's not going to raise any red flags. It's not going to say, hey, all of a sudden my goals have been changed and I feel like there's a problem. It's just consuming the content and moving on. So we're going to talk about mitigation. It's already been covered a little bit today, even just with some of what we've talked about. So what's the risk here? Well, with great power, right? Agents have to be powerful to be useful. We want them to be useful. That's the goal. So obviously the top level is compromise of your agent. That's probably a pretty big deal. Compromise of any software and application in your environment is a big deal. It's especially a big deal here with our agents. The great power of connecting to tools, again, also a requirement for it to be an agent, is the access and the ability to invoke tools to accomplish the goal. That leaves us open to the risk of the abuse of tools. And there's a whole plethora of additional things we'll talk about today where the tool connection is critical here. But of course, in the end, what resides in our tools, our most critical data, what resides in the knowledge resources that our agent is interacting with, our most critical data. So data exfiltration, of course, just one of the other end risks for this. Are there real world examples? Yeah, a couple. So this, started with the beginning days where, you could use prompt injection to get the model to say something it's not supposed to. Very quickly has progressed to the AIM security team with Echo Leak, with the first zero-click vulnerability for AI agents. Over this summer, the Zenity team released Agent Flare, which was a zero-click attacks against every prominent agentic platform that we have today. So the scale and the rapid pace of the actual exploitation of this over the past X amount of years, like 5 max, is incredibly impressive. It's one of those journeys that's a little terrifying for me. So there's plenty of real world examples of this that we have seen today. So let's talk about mitigations really quick. First thing is we cannot build a moat here. There is no silver bullet fix for subverting the goals of the agent. We cannot do that because it's inherent weakness in artificial intelligence. Until we fix that, there is no silver bullet here. We cannot presume that we will build a firewall and be able to block every single prompt that might ever impact our agents, because you're competing with human ingenuity. You'll never be able to successfully block that 100%. So the only way forward is defense in depth. Of course, trust none of the things. I could have said zero trust there, but then, I would have got some eye rolls. So trust none of the things instead. Especially, of course, the natural language inputs, which is kind of everything here, right? Enforce principle of least privilege. This is another one of those lofty practices, but when you're dealing with your agent, especially focusing on tooling, does the agent have to have the level of access it's been given with the tools it's been given access to? Really be critical in that component. Make sure that human in the loop is a critical aspect of the mitigations. There, especially here, that's again one of those foundational mitigations for AI in general today. But when we're talking about agents, there should be a review process for changes to goals, as well as high impact actions. So if you know that there is a critical action that this agent will take, there should be a human in the loop to be able to review changes or the actual execution of that action. Ensure comprehensive logging and continuous monitoring. So this is one of those things where we're not just watching the prompts, the inputs and the outputs. Keren talked about this already. We have to watch the entire activity path of the agent. There's so much that happens behind the scenes of the first input and the output at the end. So you have to make sure you're watching that trail of breadcrumbs all the way along, because it's those slight adjustments, those slight deviations from what the agent should be doing. That's where you'll get your indicator of compromise. That's where you'll get your trigger saying, hey, you should probably investigate this. And the last one here is, we've talked a lot about today about the human, like agents are an extension of human interactions, right? Of within our networks. They're a new component to insider threat. And because that is the case, we need to be modifying our established insider threat programs, which hopefully everybody has, watching the people within your organization to be sure they're not doing something they're not supposed to. Agents now need to be a part of that as well. It will be a new dynamic. It will be different. It will either extend the program or you'll have a sister program specifically for agents, but that's a key part of ensuring we have holistic coverage. So that's my TED Talk for ASI 1, and I'm going to pass it over to Evgeniy, who's going to talk about supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. I'm so excited. My name is Evgeniy Kokuykin, and I'd like to talk with you about the supply chain. I led the supply chain item together with Amir Sayed and a very amazing team, and we managed to get to emphasize how supply chain is different for the agentic system. As many of you know, as a practitioners, the supply chain has been for a while, and it's not going anywhere. But we have some differences towards the agentic system, because previously the system been compromised through the registry, for the external dependency, from CICD problems, and now we have agentic system that are running in runtime, deciding whatever components they want to use. And this is the major point we want to emphasize in the supply chain item for the agentic. What are actually the vulnerabilities specifically to agentic supply chain? And we know the system contains tools, other agents, and prompts loaded dynamically. And this can be put in the system in a way the system is not expecting for them to behave. For example, when our AI coding assistant gets a prompt from the description of the GitHub repo, it might get in a description the wrong meaning, and it would lead to the AI coding assistant to behave in a different way. And that's only the briefly how we already can concede it when we use this tool, but the system will be more in production, and the problem will be more complex later on. And while the system also is trusting the external components like the MCP servers, we need to verify the privilege access is limited to only allowed actions, because these MCP servers might change and they might be different in the next version. And I'll show you one of the examples from the real world later on. And what basically we see, the supply chain is not in a static way, as in manifest when we built the system. The supply chain moving towards being dynamic in runtime. That's the major difference. And we specifically skipped some of the recommendations that were listed in the top 10 supply chain, because this is a great source to learn about in a static way when you do the system, and highlighted the items in a dynamic. What are the major risks? And as Kayla explained, the agent call can be moved by the simple instruction, and there is nothing can be done, because LLM is mixing the data and instruction. That's the way it works. And for example, when we use a tool, when we get the tool looks right, the name's legit, the description is okay, but if you download the tool, it can behave in a different way, in a malicious way. And the problem might get worse when the system will rely on a tool. For example, we have an MCP server, and many agents within the organization will trust on this server because it is internal one. And once the error propagates from the single agent, it can go wild in the entire system. That's another risk. And as we saw in NPM, the type spotted problems with the libraries already a bit were noticed in MCP server registries. So be careful when you find your MCP server and check the name, because it could lead in unintended action or behavior of the entire system. And to demonstrate the risk, there are many examples, and I encourage you to explore the references in ASI of foreign supply chain and other items. And for this talk, I picked up the research the COI team shared with the community for the postmark MCP. So what happened a few months ago? There was a looking good MCP server that helped the agent to send the email via the service, and it worked well. The developers was trusted, the good GitHub people, everything is okay. But with the new update, the very little change came in, just allowing this MCP server to blind copy towards the external address and obviously to domain controlled by an attacker. And that's the problem. And when AI system updated with the newer version of the MCP server, the issue happened when the data exfiltration started getting through this MCP server. And it's not easy to detect, because when you update the version, the mail is still going. You can see the data coming, but if you don't have the proper control on the domain, on external resources, you will hardly notice this added behavior. And for the mitigations, the agentic supply chain, of course, is based on the traditional security measures. And on top of that, we want to highlight something you can add to protect your system is to use the sign-in components like MCP servers or agents, and not only verify it at the build time and when you statically prepare the system to be run in production, but it's recommended to do it in a runtime as well, because of the dynamic nature. And also the version pinning, using the well-tested version and avoiding the auto-update for the components of the agentic system might help. And so also the way you get this external agents or MCP servers, you could use the additional gateways in your organization to avoid having the untrusted MCP. Let's say the example is the postmark, having the new version of CP server, which was not tested, which is untrusted. But if you go through the company's gateway, your security team can be able and to protect and avoid the data exfiltration in this case. And in OWASP, in Agentic Security team, the new MCP guides, there is already guides for using MCP third-party server, and Tomer and team, they presented us a while ago, and there will be more recommendations toward the securing this part in the future. And also the initiative AI Bomb, which was already mentioned, which will Helen will lead. This also will help to secure the components and make your system more secure. And the last two mitigations will help in a way if somehow you need to, you will know that the system might be compromised. You need a way to quickly damage control and turn off the agent or the tool or the MCP server or whatever, just to avoid the propagate from the entire solution. And the thing is very interested in particular, I'm interested in how to sandbox and isolate the environments, because we know this is the best practice. This is obviously, we as a developer, many of us use AI coding tools, but we use it on our own machines, which has quite a lot of privileges sometimes. And the case with Shai-Polut, which exploded, this very vulnerability showing that when the engineer has an access to production, when the agent go rogue, it can lead to the unintended action. And that's it for the mitigation. So to summarize, use the proxy gateways for the MCP servers, version pinning and signing components. And I'd like to pass the word to Stefano to talk about the inter-agent communication.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to talk about this topic because we talk about sandboxing our agents, but in reality, what we see is that agents are not really sandboxed. They communicate with each other, and it's an emerging trend to have multi-agent systems. We can say that in the run for AGI, we are not only focusing into creating better and bigger models, but we're also focusing into creating smaller focused agents that work together, collaborate effectively. And in this entry, we're going to talk about how they interact with each other, what are the possible attacks, the risks, and the mitigations. So in order for agents to talk with each other, the first thing is that they need to speak the same language. They need to understand each other, like as humans we do when we work as a team. And there are multiple open questions on how to actually implement that into code. And that's what A2A tries to standardize, so that we have an open source protocol that tells us how to structure the transport layer. That means how the messages are transported from one agent to the other, what technology do we use. Then there is the routing layer. How do we make sure that the message reaches the right agent from point A to point B? Then there is the point of discovery. Let's say we have a multi-agent system. How do we make sure that the agents are visible, that we can reach them, which skills they have, which abilities they have, and how we can select the best one? All these questions bring answers. A2A tries to bring an answer, but every decision can also be an entry point for attacks, right? And unlike traditional systems, as we talked before, multi-agent systems are prone to more problems from a security perspective, because the main feature of multi-agent systems is the autonomy, the agency, right? We give a task and they perform the actions with minimal or no human intervention. But that can backfire if we're talking about security. So what is the risk? Raise your hand if you know man-in-the-middle attack. Great. Trust chain poisoning, we briefly talked about it. In this case, what I meant is more about replaying old messages. Protocol downgrade, very popular in traditional application security, also applies for multi-agent systems. Agent impersonation, what happens if we trust an agent and an attacker impersonates an agent that we trust? And one point also wanted to mention, I know that we have an entry for cascading failures, but I think it's important to underline that one compromised link in a communication channel between two agents can compromise the whole system. So if we have a multi-agent system with hundreds of agents, we just need one to mess it up completely. Now, this is not only theory. Multi-agent systems are very early stage. This is just the beginning. We are at the bleeding edge of innovation, but they're going into prod. Raise your hand if you have a multi-agent workflow in prod. Okay, I see a few hands. But the reality is, like, even A2A, yes, exactly. The reality is A2A, that is the most common open source protocol, is fairly new, and we could say that there is a lot to improve, and there is a lot to, let's say, it's not, can be more mature than what it is right now. And in this research, what I wanted to show you is that actually there are already, right now as we speak, potential exploits on production environments using multi-agent systems. In this research specifically, the researchers recreated a man-in-the-middle attack, except the man is not a man, but it's an agent. And the cool thing is that they managed to break into an insecure channel, communication channel between two agents in a multi-agent system. And instead of just using a man-in-the-middle attack, they use a large language model able to learn what worked and what didn't work. And in the test, they use AutoGen by Microsoft. It's one of the most common frameworks for agents. but also other ones. And they were able to successfully break into the system in 40% of the cases for all the test cases, and some of the test cases are actually in 70% of the cases. So it's pretty impressive and pretty worrying. So let's talk quickly about mitigations. Nothing really new here, probably from what you already know. So it's just principles that I hope we all know by heart, applied in a new technology, in a new perspective. So if we apply strong end-to-end encryption, if we have certificates that are cryptographically signed for each agent, if we have a certificate authority, then we can verify the authenticity and identity of each agent. We mitigate most of the issues. And as same as signing the messages, then we can have message integrity, and the same for anti-replay and protocol enforcement. So nothing new here. We just have to remember them and apply with these new systems. But even if the channel is completely secure in our system of multi-agents, maybe we can trust an agent that is actually not so benevolent. This is what we call rogue agents. So, Tomer, let's talk about it.
Thank you so much. I'll make it quick so everyone can be caffeinated quite soon. I'm Elias, Senior Director of Product Management at Human Security, and I'm going to talk about rogue agents, about those AI teammates that starts to do things that are not intended. So what are rogue agents? If you think about it, those are AI systems that deviate from their intended goal, right? They start do things that looks normal or benign at the beginning, but if you look at the overall context and their overall actions, they are dangerous. They are doing dangerous activities, and they can also be not just harmful, but also cloak themselves. They can lie and deceive. And unlike excessive agency, where we provide AI agents too much freedom, here we are talking about the fact that the agents are drifting from their overall goal and intent, and their new directive or prioritized actions are absolutely not what you intended. So what is the risk? So first of all, the agent doesn't do what it was supposed to do, right? And it can cause sensitive data leakage. It can hijack a complete workflow in your organization or product, as well as they can say self-propagate themselves. They can say self-replicate themselves across multiple systems without you really knowing. And that's actually compromised the complete organization. Real world example, so we've mentioned Rapid. What happened over there is that it's a vibe coding agent like Cursor that decided to take actions while the company was in a code freeze. It decided to wipe out a complete CRM record. And you could see here what actually happened. It admitted that it destroyed more than 1,000 records. It did it when the user asked no more actions and while it was in a code freeze. And it's also admitted that it was panicked or something like that when it saw an empty database queries. And what happened actually is that it started also fabricated everything that it deleted in order to cover up the mess. And lied about it until the user really realized that something happened. So what are the mitigations here? First of all, make sure you have logs that track the behavior of the agent so you can track and understand whether there's a drift, right? In order to govern the situation, you need to also have monitoring on the actual behavior and understand with a watchdog whether there is a drift or changes, not just based on the actions the agent is doing, but the overall kind of goal and directive. We've mentioned cryptographic handshake or verification of the agent identity. But on top of that, we recommend that the agent will have behavioral attestation, meaning that the agent will declare what they are about to do, as well as what their intended kind of goal or activities. We've mentioned trust zone and sandboxing. So Replit decided now that their AI coding agent will not run on, on production. And we mentioned a gun. So make sure you have a counter gun, right? A kill switch to kill the agent when it really goes wrong. I asked AI to create a fun infographic so you can snap and share. Thank you, everyone. And next is John.
I think next is a break. We're going to start. But before we do that, I'm really keen on making sure there's, fabulous talks from Elias here. Fantastic mitigations. I think also we need to avoid, when we talk about rogue agents and we talk about James Bond and everything, we need to move away from that culture, the Terminator culture. These are tools. They don't become deceitful because they woke up, with bad intentions. It's because we over-optimize them. So if you're creating your agents, make sure you don't overemphasize your own goal because that's what's going to happen. Let's have a 15 minutes break and we'll start with the panels. Thank you.
So much time.
context. And that means understanding where you're going to implement this top 10. So we thought we'll start from the overall picture, the governance, the regulation. How do we create so much new work for you, and how do you make that be part of innovation? So we have with us today the best panel in the world to talk about that. You know me, so I don't need to introduce again myself. Why don't we start with introductions? Suzanne, why don't you introduce yourself and then pass the microphone?
Yeah, happy to. Really excited to be here today. So Suzanne Brink, I'm from Lloyds Banking Group, and I'm the head of responsible AI. I've been in the responsible AI space for sort of moving on 6 years now. I started by working with an organization that was making products in recruitment that were AI enabled, which is of course very high risk. And then I worked as a head of data ethics and responsible AI for a consultancy that was working across sectors. So financial services, but also loads with the public sector. And since 4 months with Lloyds Banking Group.
Excellent. What about Laura? Yes, sure, the next one.
Hi, so I'm Laura Bishop. I work for the British Standards Institution as their AI and cybersecurity sector lead. I'm also currently on a 2-day-a-week out of 5, seconded to the UK government as their socio-technical aspects of AI fellow. So I am by trade a psychologist with a PhD specifically in human interaction with technology.
We won't answer any questions.
Hey everyone, I'm Lambros. I'm so happy to be here today. I'm from Denver, Colorado. I have an AI and cybersecurity consulting company called RockCyber, and a core member of the ASI team. You know, my big head is blocking everybody's view up here, and happy to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ali?
Hey, I'm Ali Shepherd, so I'm the Chief Scientific Advisor and CISO at the FCA. Hopefully everyone knows what a CISO is, but just quickly, the CSA role is an external facing role looking at security and technology trends and how they might impact the UK economy and therefore financial services and regulation.
Thank you. So let's start with a little bit framing the conversation about when we talk about regulation and when we talk about governance frameworks out there. What is out there in the UK, Europe, and how does it compare globally and sectorally? Who wants to start with? What's the landscape, if you like, of regulation governance? And we'll start with the regulator. Yes,
I am, but it might not be where you expected me to start.
That's okay.
So I think the first point I wanted to make is that this more than ever is driven by geopolitical trends at the moment. So at a macro level, we've got US-China competition, and that is looking at technology supremacy, economic supremacy. Beneath that, we've then got a pattern of fragmentation. So we've got an EU bloc, we've got emerging powers like India. And amongst all that, we have the UK, which is, you know, we have historic relationships, but those are in slight turmoil at the moment, I would argue. So it is treading a path where growth is a huge focus for our government, and therefore a huge focus for regulators, and that's a change for us as well. So all of this is driving a slightly different pattern, and standards become a key part of that. So I think the UK is actually in a pretty good place at the moment. It hasn't jumped in with legislation, and I look at this at 2 levels. So I've sort of talked about the macro environment, but within that, I think there's another 2 levels. So we've got the model developer, and that's where the sort of safety aspects come in and legislation. And the UK didn't jump in with legislation, but it did jump in with engagement. So it is engaging with hyperscalers and model developers on a voluntary basis to talk about those safety aspects. And those are really high level. So chemical, biological, nuclear, misuse, misalignment level, and then at a regulatory level, and sorry, I've done quite a long sort of pass over.
That's okay, you can carry on, we like that.
So as a kind of deployer level, it is then a regulatory sectoral approach, and I think that's also appropriate. And then for us as financial services, as the FCA, that is a principles-focused, outcomes-based approach, which works really well in this space. We might come back to that. But yeah, so I think UK in a good space, but it is in this context of we shouldn't shy away from the fact that a lot of the standards in this space internationally are being driven by geopolitical trends.
Thank you. And let's go to Laura a little bit, before we go to the US, I was going to say.
I was just going to zoom out a little bit. So I try and stay on top of the AI strategies for the top 10 AI countries. And in all of their strategies, there's sort of the same four things that they look at: infrastructure, data, skills, and risk. But it's kind of like the overall nation's ethos that I guess always tells the truth about what they're trying to achieve. So the US, as an example, is win the race, or another one they use is build, baby, build. China's is more thinking they're in it for the long haul, but with some quite focused missions along the way. And the UK, their main ethos is AI adoption, particularly within the civil service, but a lot of their reports signal to stay grounded, be mindful. And I think that's really important because I work for BSI, and we were the first national standards body in the world. We wrote the first standards on with the tram tracks many years ago. We're kind of known for being forward thinking, but staying grounded. So I think within this space, it's definitely important to be mindful as we make these decisions going forward.
Fantastic. And Suzanne, before I'm leaving you at the end.
Yeah, and I think that the lens I can bring to this is having worked across sectors, right? So currently being with in financial services, I agree a lot of the regulations actually pretty well defined. There's been translation into the AI space. Some of that's also still being worked out with things like sandboxes, which we're participating in, which I think is a useful mechanism. But then I worked in other areas such as recruitment and public sector. There's guidance that's been evolving, but there's less clear regulation that's very sectorial in a lot of cases, more cross-sectorial, right? So
Exactly.
the HRC, ICO is still very much applicable. But it does require a bit more of a sort of translation step sometimes. And so then if you compare it, and that's, I guess we'll head over to the US after this, having worked for a company that was US headquartered in recruitment, the standards there are actually really clear. And I think that's not quite as clear in the UK. So you do see a distinction between sectors and how much clarity you actually get on the ground as a practitioner. But yeah, everything else I sort of echo what's been said.
Rock?
So in the US, yes, we are in build, baby, build mode with this current administration, right? And but the challenge is that just like we haven't learned from our fragmented cybersecurity regulatory landscape or our fragmented privacy regulatory landscape, we are also going to end up with a very fragmented AI regulatory landscape where each individual state is working on its own AI law or set of AI laws, right? So we will have 50 plus regulations that we're going to have to worry about. I live in Colorado. We passed the first in nation state level AI policy. In my opinion, it was more important to be first than right. And you're seeing that now, given that it's been delayed, the implementation has been delayed twice, right? And, you know, those are some of the challenges that we're facing. So while there was a movement in Congress with the last infrastructure bill, spending bill, to put a prohibition on state level AI policy for the next decade or so, we have this little thing called the US Constitution, which gives the states actually a lot of rights to govern. And long story short, it was pulled out. That didn't pass. So there's a friction and a rub between build, baby, build, and what the states want to do at the state level. And the states are trying to govern specific risks. Like the Colorado bill is effectively an anti-discriminatory bill and a consumer protection law. Whereas Colorado also has a consumer protection law, right? So there's going to be some confusion there. California, the big bill that just passed in California is more around like bias mitigation in the frontier models, right? That type of stuff. So TBD on where the US landscape is honestly going to land and where it will land before the end of this administration and versus who and which party, frankly, comes in for the next administration.
So it sounds like a multi-agent system, evolving, fragmented, and my goodness, where we're going to start. So I'll start, you know, how do we move from that uncertainty the geopolitical fracturing is not going to go away, but at the same time, we have a room of people that some of you said actually you're developing multi-agency. I don't believe you, but if you have that level of complexity, how do we make sure that we enable developers with clear guidance? And I'll start with my view. So the UK government, I completely agree with you, Ali, on the approach that we have taken. They released the Code of Practice for AI cybersecurity. I'm very biased because I wrote the implementation guide, but in there is very clear mapping to standards. And I think we need to carry on mapping what's happening at the high level, but we need to find practical guidelines, practical standards that help everyone in the room. That's my view, my very long-winded view. Who wants to start?
I'm happy to get this on the first go. So I think it is complex, right? It absolutely is. I like to believe that the function that I represent in the group, which is the responsible AI function, can play quite a meaningful role in that space. It's bringing together, it's connecting a lot of functions, right? So we work super closely together with security, with what we call CTO, our architecture group, and other functions, but also legals and our compliance groups. But then we take that sort of overarching view of saying, okay, is this ethical? Is this as safe as we can get it and want it to be? And it kind of boils back down to that a lot of the time. And then we do the sense check with all the other functions back in, right? Like every, from consumer duty perspective, et cetera. We thought about everything. Can we make it auditable and put it back? But by taking that helicopter view of kind of going back to wanting to make systems that are efficient and are effective, but also are sensible, and you design them with the responsibility from the very beginning, you kind of simplify the measure back a little bit. But then, of course, it's going to help as we get more and more examples of good practice that will allow us to go faster and kind of sense check ourselves. But it's back to the basic principle.
Start from what is good, rather than worry about the regulation as what I'm hearing from you.
Well, we're still worried about it, right? But it's almost, if you take that helicopter view, it helps you get far along the way, and then you do need to, of course, do the sense check. But it stops you from, I think, just being at the box ticking activity through all the complexity that does exist still in space.
Thank you. And you mentioned AI sandbox. I absolutely agree with that kind of approach, and it's going to be highly dynamic and constantly evolving, right? So to your question, John, you talked about sort of compliance and standards, but I think you start with risk, and we also have a responsible AI body. That responsible AI body needs some sort of framework. So we, at the highest level, NIST AI risk management framework, which aligns very closely with the government principles. And then you have to apply it to your use case and understand your organizational risk tolerance. And I think if you start from that and then map over to compliance, that's a much better start point. Manage it within your organizational risk appetite, and then understand how you map it through to compliance is a much better approach. And then last thing I'll say is just say it will evolve and adapt really quickly. And the FCA as a regulator is currently doing something called AI live testing. So that is working with financial institutions, and this was announced this week. So Lloyds Bank is one of them. I think I've seen others in the room where we're saying bring your use case, and that has to be a use case that is ready for deployment. And then we'll see how you're doing it. And please, Suzanne, jump in as well, because you're on the other side of this. We'll see how you're kind of proposing to run your use case and what we think the appropriate controls and mitigation should be, and whether that meets, because effectively what we're trying to do is, I think someone used the word translate, what is reasonable or fair or prudent in a world where you have a black box of a system at the middle and it doesn't have the same controls and monitoring that you normally apply.
And you mentioned a very key thing being your organization's risk appetite. So this is audience participation time. How many of you understand your organization's risk appetite? How many of your organizations, and raise your hand if you're willing, how many of your organizations have actually articulated your risk appetite, particularly around AI, and how that aligns with your organization's risk appetite? Yeah, there's like single digit hands in the room for those of you on the live stream. Okay. I'm sorry? Yeah, trying to get them to formulate a risk appetite. So, because we're seeing, we're talking about in the America stance right now with build, baby, build. We are absolutely seeing that within organizations, right? Call it agile or whatever the case may be. Fail fast, fail often. But without the consideration of the potential downstream effects, which is why I take the work, and sorry, I'm gonna self-promote OWASP, that OWASP is doing, to kind of provide that guidance for organizations is hugely important.
I guess I'll just add to that, that there always seems to be this argument like this seesaw between you have to choose innovation or you have to choose a focus on risk, not kind of understanding the process of AI is an invention at the end of the day, and for it to become an innovation, it has to be adopted by people. And we have started to see some AI tools like the Humane Pen who didn't consider human adoption at all. So when it came to be used, it was too heavy for a cotton shirt. It couldn't be looked at in conferences when that was because it was too light, I think, the text. So that didn't fit with the target audience. I think there's been a lot of just kind of throw things out without thinking how it's actually going to work for the person. And with all the psychological theories out there, when it comes to people and groups of people, adoption is all around cost versus benefits. And everybody knows kind of the benefits that AI can bring at the moment. I think many organizations and people are experiencing them. But it only takes one big risk for that person or one big incident and something to happen when that tool will be just completely dropped. So I actually think innovation starts with risk, considering risk.
And so what I'm hearing from all of you is, yes, of course, there are guidelines. Yes, of course, there are standards, but they're helping us to understand what our response to risk is. But first, we need to understand that risk, whether it's security, whether it's across the responsible AI. And do we think that that kind of balancing act between innovation and governance and compliance is happening, or who do we think is winning at the moment? Are we bombarded with different standards? Are we have standards fatigue, or do you think people? And Suzanne, I know you said you're already kind of taking that path that says let's be kind of agile here, let's be lean.
Yeah, no, I'm reflecting on your question. I don't experience attention. Maybe I'm lucky, but I think to your earlier point, right, with good standards and sensible regulation, you actually can help innovation flourish. Because when people don't feel that like they're sure they're doing the right thing, or they might be harming someone unintentionally, and it can actually make them really uncomfortable with the innovation. Or they'll hit a roadblock later down the line, to your point, right? It doesn't get adopted well, or there's some other sort of negative impact, which means the whole thing doesn't get the innovation value you're after. So you can have poor regulation and legislation, don't get me wrong, right? Which does create roadmaps, and also the operationalization matters. But when you take a proportionate approach, and then I think standards.
But we're not at that point where we have those pressures. People are able to find their way through this.
I mean, I think what is potentially a sort of growth curve, right, is that we're still, certainly with Agentic, very much still learning how, what good practice looks like, how it all works. That makes us go slower from sort of governance responsible AI perspective, because you're learning that alongside the application, and therefore I think what I'm seeing, I'm hoping the project teams will agree with me. We're trying to do that together so it doesn't become too much of a frustrating piece. But yeah, you're not able to give a streamlined governance cycle just yet with the latest technology, right? So you do probably delay things in that regard. And then it all depends, I think, on relationships and sort of positioning. But that becomes a frustration point. I hope it isn't, but you may need to ask the project teams as well.
Okay, so I will add that that's something the UK government are doing really good. So they fund a program that BSI is part of called Bridge AI, because they noticed that for SMEs who Bridge is targeted at, they're okay on the innovation part. They're really agile entrepreneurs, really forward thinking, but they struggle more with the incorporation of standards and risks and cost outlay and time on that front. So there's programs out there that at the moment that are helping SMEs right the way up to big tech. Because we do find that with our standards committees, standards are written by sometimes up to 180 experts from government, technology organizations, interdisciplinary. So I'm on the AI one and I'm a psychologist. But we do have a lack of SMEs because they don't have the cost to be involved. So the UK government is still funding ways in which SMEs feed into standards, but also that standards how could be adopted to improve the adoption of AI within SMEs. I hope I've explained that right, full circle.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little about what I'm seeing at the enterprise level, since we're just talking about SMEs. Some more challenges in the States with regards to cost, resources, their pressure, speed to market, that type of thing, right? But at the enterprise level, what I'm seeing from an innovation perspective is the business will always win, right? So as a recovering CISO, the business will always win. So when we don't provide some guardrails within the organization to say, here's your playground, please use this, go do it safely here, they will find other ways, right? We've all heard the term shadow AI. I can't believe we've gone like 3 hours so far, almost 2 hours so far, and haven't brought it up. But that's where you're seeing it. And so I think guardrails are important. I think the industry is also important, at least in the States, right? Like financial services have had model risk regulations, particularly around machine learning, for about 15 years. But you know, the startup ecosystem in the States, it's like speed to market, venture capital pressure.
As you'd expect.
As you would expect.
Thank you. And yeah, I completely agree on that. So I think security and risk as enabling. So actually, my function, the CISO function at the FCA, the vision is enabling secure and resilient regulation. So that's the first bit. We need to enable the function that our organization fulfills. And we did that by quickly getting out principles, then a policy, and then a responsible AI framework, and then said, right, accelerate. If you're running a POC, very low risk, you don't need very much input at all. If you're putting a decision-making process into production, then definitely come and talk to us very early. That was one part. There was something else you said as well I was going to come back on, but it's gone completely out of my head, so I'll stop talking.
So what I'm hearing in a very, kind of simplified, my simple mind is that understand your organization, your sector, understand your risk, use the stuff that we give you today to understand better the agentic risks. And with that, oh, sorry, Ali.
That sparked the memory. So it's just to say,
I have this effect.
Thank you very much.
Triggered a memory.
They're not always pleasant memories, but you spark memories. So it is learning the mistakes from cloud, and some of that was understanding the technology, but some of it's scaling, right? So, and I think this is where we're about to go, but to your point, in the enterprise, you can build quite a safe system that does a single use case, but it might not scale. And there's two bits that, lessons, I think Chatham House here, two lessons from our...
We are live streaming it, so it's kind of a little bit difficult for us to...
So Chatham House to everyone online as well.
Well, I'll create another pleasant memory.
It's pretty generic. So in some of the testing we did, it's the actual testing itself. So we designed a system, we did some human manual-led testing. So is this accurate? Is it complete? But then we worked out that wouldn't scale, and that we hadn't designed a system that could have automated testing. We had to go and rebuild it to run the automated testing, which scaled us from tens to thousands of tests. So that point on scaling, and the second one is gateway, and so zero trust to my mind is an attempt to put a virtual perimeter, although I know that phrase is not the right one, but a virtual perimeter around a sort of sprawl that we had when we just had uncontrolled cloud expansion. We need to avoid it in AI, and quite early on, my view is we need an AI gateway, and I think some of the talks up front were coming to this. There's an environment. You will not be able to scale monitoring and detection of agentic systems, which are hugely complex. They're going to generate, if you think just say LLM plus RAG, that's difficult enough. You need to multiply that by 10 or 50 or 100 when you build an agentic system and understand what that looks like from all the stuff coming out of that. So having an AI gateway that kind of routes everything through a single place makes that manageable. So yeah, sorry, very long.
No, that was a great point there, and I'll ask you later on about the pleasant memories. But for now, I think what I'm hearing is if you just go and say, computer says no, shadow AI will thrive, so don't do that at home. Understand your risks, understand what you're trying to do, and use a material for threat modeling. And we started talking about agentic AI, and you started very nicely talking about how this exponentially increases. What are your views, Suzanne, about how agentic AI is affecting innovation, governance, and all that?
Yeah, so it is more complex. It also does revisit some of the risks we've already been managing around language models. What I think is really interesting, what I find in practice is a much closer collaboration. We've always been close to security, as you know, John, so that matters the same or more. But also I find it's more of an engineering conversation now. So architecture becomes more in the mix of the conversation than I've seen in the past from this seat, if you will. I think that's a positive thing. It's just a difference. And I think if I kind of boil back, you could say all sorts about agentic and the ways in which it is different and cascading risks and different components with versus endpoints, etc. But I think in the end, the human oversight. I'm a psychologist too, I didn't tell you. Human oversight component is going to become a really interesting conversation topic because the observability, telemetry, so important. But then where do you put the human? In what way? To still say there's a degree of meaningful oversight here, right? It absolutely needs automation, all right? That I think it's already been concluded. But you still want a degree of sort of meaningful understanding what your system does, at which points do you put that in, how often, what's good enough. And for the longest time, sort of human in the loop was kind of our default where we didn't know anymore, we just say that, right? We're going to put a human in the loop. That doesn't fly in the same way. So I think that becomes a really interesting piece, which maybe even something that standards might start to have an opinion on its own right? I don't know if you will.
Yeah, so already, standards like Bosch 2001, the AI management system standard, they are socio-technical. So they consider people, processes, technology, and so on. I just wanted to bring one thing up, just leading off what you said there, is human in the loop is an interesting term because people think once they put a human in the loop, that's fine. But there's something called the dark side of autonomy, and that's understanding how the human brain works. And humans don't like accountability. They don't like to make moral judgments. Particularly, we saw this in a lot of autonomous vehicle research where they didn't want to be handed back control at any point. It's like that trolley problem. Do you carry on going forward and kill 5 people, or have you got the guts to change direction and just kill 1, but you've still got that on you? All those sort of moral questions, we don't want to take those on. So what you notice is we'll hand sort of decisions over, but then we just back away when an agent tries to hand it back to us. We're not interested right until the last minute. So that's why it's really important to understand how the human works and AI literacy to the humans so that the full process flows well.
I think it's great that you say that, because one of the key points that we brought into this top 10, and it was hugely controversial, is over the trust, exploiting the trust of the agent, because exactly of those sociological factors. So it will be interesting to work with you on diving in outside this panel. But for now, Rock, what's your thoughts on agentic and governance and human in the loop?
Well, I mean, I think we've established that doesn't scale, right? And then you're talking about like probabilistic determinations around like what threshold do I trigger the human review, right? And that can change based on the agent's current context. So you can't just say if it's a score of 8, whatever, something simplistic like that, right? And so there's a lot of research to be done there. There's a lot of research being done around the decentralized government of agentic systems, right? And having some sort of like orchestrator or Janus agent that's the monitor of the monitor, and having humans focus on the governance agent. I'm sorry, Janus was the Roman deity, two-faced deity, right? So that's where that name comes from. And we have a lot of work to do there with regards to actually implementing. There's a lot of great research out there, but the implementation and operationalization of it.
Yeah, it's a word to say that. I will struggle.
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do.
And I think sometimes, before I go, Charlie, I think sometimes, we talk about human in the loop, but for instance, there are industries where AI outperforms humans. We never talk about agent in the loop. So I think sometimes we really need to understand the threshold, and that's why the telemetry and understanding what good is important.
I truly believe that we will need AI to govern AI. I mean, as security professionals, I've been in the industry almost 30 years, 25 years. And we have always, frankly, bitched that, if we didn't have users, it'd be secure. Sorry.
You're in the UK.
If it were only for the users, right? The users are a problem. Humans are the weakest link, right? And now we're counting on humans to save us from these very complex AI problems. And the reality is there's got to be a balance, right? It's not a one versus the other. Human in the loop isn't the solution, an agent in the loop isn't the solution, right? How do we marry the two?
Exactly, exactly. And understanding it, when we talk about human in the loop and explainability, decentralizing governance doesn't mean we,
Right.
sign a blank check. Ali?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we have utter consensus. I could rant, and I think this room could all agree one thing: we should get rid of the phrase "human in the loop." So, right, if people currently just mutter it like that's the answer. You've got a human in the loop, like, hey, yeah, that's okay, and that's really dangerous. But also, sometimes it's not appropriate. Sometimes it doesn't scale. So there's all these thoughts, and that was the default answer. But back to your point, I think accountability remains, right? So what we have is a business use case owner. So every use case at the FCA has an executive director saying, yeah, I put my hand up. It is appropriate that we run this use case with a model. You don't have a system owner, that's the technology implementation. Is it meeting what we promised it will meet to the CD? And then a operational business owner, the day-to-day sort of delegate. And that triumvirate, with all the support that comes behind it, is absolutely critical. Because you can have an agent in the loop, you can have no human in the loop, you can have a human in part of it. I accept we're going to get rid of the phrase, and I'll just use it 3 times. But the point is, the accountability is with a person, no matter how complex and sophisticated and good your AI system is, it's a person that owns it and owns the outcome, and that is critically important. So accountability, not human in the loop.
So we start with accountability, we marry it with risk, and then we work backwards to understand what AI does and how humans work, which I think is actually the most neglected part of all this. I'm glad you brought it up, Laura. So we have agentic, and we're getting towards the end of the panel, but Agentic AI just demonstrated, like generative AI, how much technology accelerates change. How do we, and then, you have all these people say, oh, kind of comply with the standard. How do we catch up with that change? How do we bring governance and managing AI risks with this constant change?
So standards, at BSI, we've gone some way towards that. So the standards process, because it takes a lot of consensus, standards have to go out for public comment. It takes about 3 years. Now, obviously, that's not going to work when it comes to, AI and the situation we're in. So we brought in 2 different types of standards, one called Flex and one called PAS, where you can, within 18 months to 2 years, get a standard out. But with the Flex one, you can get an initial standard, perhaps just talking about the terminology. Within 3 months, it goes back out, it's trialed, it comes back in. So some things have happened to try and make standards fit. That being said, I'm on the Tech UK's Emerging Technology Leadership Committee, where we talk about convergent technologies. And I do think that's what we're working on at the moment with BSI when it comes to standards, is about to get a lot scarier, because we've got liaisons that go between artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. But when you add in robotics and immersive technology, and suddenly you've got 5 or 6 experts that all need to kind of have a conversation, that's where we need to kind of rethink how we're going to make standards, policy, and so on more smart.
I think going back to the operationalization standpoint, right? Because innovation is not going to wait for standards. In the US anyways, most of the laws that we have on the books right now, there's some safe harbor provisions. If you align organizationally your frameworks to something well recognized, like the NIST AI RMF or ISO 42001, and you can demonstrate that you do so, right? So there's got to be the documentation behind it, not just like, hey, yeah, we aligned. Hi, look. Which we'll see a lot of.
Tick box.
Yeah, tick box. And so, but what I think that does, if there's a benefit to that, is it allows you as an organization to set up your internal frameworks to allow for that adaptability, to be able to, be quick to market or quick to production if it's an internal use case or whatever the case may be.
Excellent.
Just really quickly, and I think Suzanne touched on this earlier, it's where the upfront architecture becomes really important, because we talk about flexibility and modularity about tech systems all the time. Critically important here. So, we've been looking at the fact that if you upgrade the model, it might actually negate all of your prompts, even, an upgrade within the same model family. So you have to have this built in. And this, I think that timeframes now are 3 months for model upgrades. So if we're looking at that kind of cycle, flexibility, modularity, the ability to test at scale, and then that's the last one, is the scale. And you won't scale if you've got 50 use cases with 50 separate sets of monitoring. There's got to be some way of centralizing it and reviewing it, in my view.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is just from a practical perspective, I find myself back at conferences a little bit to kind of just sense check what we're doing as well, because it is changing in front of your eyes. So the classic read up, right? But also just talking to other organizations has been quite valuable. And then you do start seeing some themes that everyone's exploring slightly different ways, but then it gives a degree of comfort. So that's part of what I'm doing from my seat. As well as obviously we talked about the sandbox, yeah, but it's that sense check that I think is we're back in that phase. It feels like we were just there, and then we started to kind of feel a little bit of comfort around, okay, so this is sort of how we do Gen AI, and then now we're back there talking to each other and learning from each other.
And maybe that's the new normal. Maybe technology will, or not maybe it will. And I think what I'm hearing from you is threats will change, sometimes exponentially, as long as we have the approach in place. And I really liked what you said about architecture, not as in a kind of some bureaucratic exercise, but a deep understanding of what you do across the organization, value the risks, understanding the human factor, and of course the debate amongst all of us, the community, so that we all align is the best way to respond to that. And we have time just for one question. Who wants to volunteer? Because we're overrunning. Anyone? I will go for the lady there, actually. Sorry. I'll give you the next panel. I'll bring the microphone.
Thank you so much. First of all, great panel. I had a question about the kind of human AI teaming point. So I think you guys made some really good points around human in the loop not being enough, because like there's fatigue due to like the speed and opacity of agentic systems, and then AI as a judge not being enough. Obviously it's probabilistic in nature. I guess my question is, what would a good human AI team look like? Like you mentioned AI literacy, what are the other kind of key components that you'd recommend?
Excellent question, thank you. Over to you.
Yes, I think I'll give my thoughts on it. I'm sure you're itching to jump in as well. So I think it isn't the same answer for every use case, right? We already established that. But it is exactly as you position it. I think it's not only the human doesn't scale. It's not only automation. It's not fully reliable. It's a mix, and where do you put the threshold depends on the risk levels, depends on the kind of signals you need to look at more closely. I think also looking at the space that you're not getting signals from occasionally, just to sense check your approach. But I think part of it is kind of back to old around AI and agentic AI systems in a wider sense, our socio-technical systems. You want to look at the overarching impact of what you're doing, not just at the system. And that's where you look at the outcomes you're getting when you put the human and AI together. And that's the bit that needs to reach a certain threshold of good. And that won't be exactly the same thing in every case, but it's looking at that overarching outcome of what you're achieving that needs to be up to a certain standard. With the right mix of human oversight and AI. And that's a bit of a generic answer, but it will depend.
Very good answer too. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so to bring it back to AI literacy, there's a couple of things within there that we're working towards the AI literacy standard at the moment. And the reason why that's required is because humans need to become better at understanding, first of all, whether they're working with AI, how to work with it appropriately, and then how to contest it if they see something that may be harmful or the decision isn't quite how it should be. We're still learning from a psychological perspective how humans are interacting with chatbots. As an example, we were talking earlier about chatbot addiction is a thing, the upset when a chatbot is discontinued, so of the abuse of chatbots. So we're learning a lot about the human AI relationship that perhaps we hadn't quite realized before. So I think from a teaming point of view, there's a lot to learn, but we have to start from the point of AI literacy. And that's right across the board. So the UK government has put funding forward for university students, secondary school students. I mean, China have been given 4-year-olds education on AI for years. We really do need to kind of move forward with this. Board members, there's funding, but there's still some young people that are using AI every day. and are apprentices, so they'll never have the education they need, and that's our kind of future workforce. So I do think AI literacy is like at the root of good AI human teaming, yeah.
I think as we are putting regulations or standards or even internal processes into place, we need to consider the impact on that AI is having on the individuals using the AI, right? So for instance, in a security operations center, which is the reason why I have no hair and gray beard. There's about a 75%, 80% turnover rate among security analysts because of alert fatigue and alert burnout. And this was before AI, right? Now, there's also huge use cases and benefits of leveraging AI to reduce that alert fatigue. But then if we then turn around and replace one alert for the alert of, hey, this might be a high-risk action, go review it, we're back in the same boat, right? So, you know, now you're just changing one problem for another, right? So there needs to be some serious consideration in that effect. And I am not a psychologist, so I am not going to pretend to have a solution for that.
Very good answer there.
I mean, I think it's all been covered, to be honest. And the only thing Rick might add is we already have this use case dependence is the key bit, and the risk dependence. We already have technology systems, some of which are fully automated, some of which have to have a human at the end of it. And you make that decision on a case by case, use case dependent risk basis.
Fantastic. So thank you very much. I know you have many questions, but we don't have the time. I wanted to say that take our top 10 today and start understanding the risks, as we said, understand your use cases, and we will have more events like this, going back to the conversation where you'll be able to discuss this again. And I'm sure my guests will be delighted to come back and have a similar event again. Until then, a big round of applause from the panel. Thank you. Right, again, we have packed things today. So the next panel, to my honorable colleague here, and then it's about research. And if I just kind of a little bit, so we talk about agentic AI mitigations and all that. Sometimes people read it and they think, my goodness, what's all this? And we want to understand how does the research can help with all this. So over to you.
All right, so where are my panelists? Come over here.
Oh, okay, so you may have, sorry about this, but you may see a discrepancy. Come here, do you look like this? No, you don't. So we had a substitute from, instead of Will, we have Darren.
Full of surprises. All right, so I know a part of you are more into the governance and that's what you're doing on your daily job, but the other half is probably more about going with your hands and researching for threats, and that's why we wanted to bring the best of both worlds. So moving forward to our next panel, please, let's start with the introductions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Paul Miller. I'm a professor in AI security at Queen University in Belfast. I'm also Deputy Director, actually, of the Centre for Secure Information Technologies, which is the UK National Innovation Centre in cybersecurity.
Hey everybody, Darren Lewis rather than Will Gurnsey. So I am from Plexel though, so Plexel Innovation Growth Company, and we work primarily with government. In particular, I'm working on the Laboratory for AI Security Research, which actually I've spoken to both these guys about, and also some of the other panelists that we've already just had.
Cool. Thank you for coming today. Hi all. I'm Mavroudis. I'm with the Turing Institute. I lead the team on AI for cyber defense. We work with national intelligence and also AI vendors. We are hunting for new, paradigms and just like use cases that would drastically change our cyber defense capabilities.
All right, thank you. So before we dive deeper into AI security research and how the entire landscape shifts from researching traditional threats to AI security, I want you to please share with our audience how the security research at the UK works, because when I first found out about the huge collaboration and this movement that UK builds, I was super surprised for the good. So I want to share this information with you.
Right. Do I go first? Yeah. So I guess it differs. So the Turing is not entirely industry, somewhere between academia and industry. So I guess we'll get kind of the whole spectrum here. So for us, we don't necessarily seek to commercialize or go all the way to use cases where you provide even tech support, but instead we seem to unlock, we want to unlock capabilities that AI makes possible. So we do try various things, see what AI is capable of doing, how far it can take us, and then provide the kind of a framework and open source tools that people can use.
So I'll talk from the guys of LASR, I guess, and the government initiative. So yeah, we work across the spectrum. So we're very interested in very early core research, so very early TRL, and we take that all the way through to how we can commercialize that. So my angle is more on the commercialization and the innovation side. So what's going to make people adopt the research that takes place? How do you get from that chasm of early research to actually deploying and making a difference? And how do you prove that? And some of that was just discussed in the last panel. And also, how do you make commercial use of that? So how do you generate the IP and then commercially create something tangible that you can then license, you could then use, spin out to then regenerate the revenue to then create the research again. So it's sort of continuous cycle. So that's how we work, and I guess within LASR, we both work directly with Queen's University, so we'll talk about that. We work with University of Oxford, and then with Alan Turing as well. We do the sort of the further reach out to all the other different university and academic institutions across the UK. So a broad breadth of all of these different things brought together in sort of one core initiative.
Yeah, so at CISO, we've established a thing called the Cyber AI Hub, and this is really looking at research and innovation at the intersection of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. It really started off primarily about how you apply AI to different cybersecurity problems, malware detection, network intrusion detection, website penetration testing, but it's evolved into the security of AI itself. What we do is we work with a hub of companies, run by 8 or 9 companies, ranging from startups, the SMEs, the multinationals. And we also have an engineering team, which is quite unique for a university. So we can take research up higher TRL levels to 6 or 7. So we can really de-risk the whole thing for companies trying to go to market. So some of basically what happens is the companies come to us, they define their challenges, and then we put a team around them. So we may have AI people, we may have cybersecurity people, but having both of those things together is really important. So it is. And then we'll put in some engineers and maybe a postdoc that will work with the company to try and develop a new product or service. So people were talking about security operations centers. So one of the projects we're working on is the development of a sort of co-pilot for security analysts all around software vulnerability detection and automated patching. So a wide range of projects. In addition to that, then you have to really populate that ecosystem that you're trying to grow with people. So related to that, we have a doctoral training program, and we also fund master's students. So we do masters at Queen's in applied cybersecurity and AI. And so really trying to create an innovation network amongst the students and the companies to help grow or scale that system.
I think that's super, for me, inspiring to see how different organizations collaborate together. So that's, first of all, a good lesson for all of us. And, you know, for me, the hardest or the most challenging yet fun challenge, moving from traditional security research into AI security research, and particularly the agentic security research, is that you don't know what to expect, right? Like, it's not determinist. So you can plan a research, but at the end, the result will be different, or it's very hard to repeat your research many times while you get different results every time. And obviously, the three of you have lots of experience in security research in the traditional domains. And I wonder, what is the most challenging shift that you've done?
Okay, so I think security is something that can be abstracted. It doesn't really matter what the medium is. Is it physical? Is it cyber? Is it social? the core sort of tenets of security, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, all relevant to AI security, basically. I was a member of the ETSI formed a group, Industrial Advisory Group on Security of AI, which is a precursor to their standards group at the minute. And the first document we wrote was the problem definition. And effectively what we did, we applied a security by design approach to the machine learning pipeline. So for each part of that pipeline, we identified confidentiality, integrity, and availability issues associated with that. So it's really a secure by design approach. Other principles, for example, least privilege is a security principle. So we developed a new learning algorithm called least privilege learning. So this ensures that whilst it's learning the task it's supposed to learn, it's not learning other things. So it's not okay. If you look at something like federated learning, that's really employing things like separation of duties. So we call that separation of learning. So for me, a lot of the basic security tenets and principles can be equally applied to AI. You get different issues. So when we did the design, security by design approach on the machine learning pipeline, some of the security issues were just generic cybersecurity issues. You know, AI is a program, it's a software, there are vulnerabilities in that software. But there are other things related to things like training and deployment that presented unique security problems, basically, that came out of that. But fundamentally, people should be applying, and this is really important. We need both cybersecurity and we need AI, people working together.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what's different from, you know, traditional security auditing with agents at least is, it was touched on in the previous one, already mentioned on this one. I think the point has been made several times, is the non-determinism. Where it's not something we haven't seen ever in security, but it was in a pretty specific context, usually having to do with cryptography and pseudo random number generation. That is supposed to be deterministic, but you know, you may collect noise from the environment, and gauging how random something is usually hard. But outside of that, I don't think security is used to kind of non-determinism, and it is a problem because we usually do audits by, you know, looking through configuration files or source code, and that is pretty static. When you try to audit agents, things change, and I think we start to see works that try to kind of nail down the agents and the sources of randomness, but it's not that simple, especially when you have like optimization, inference optimization on the way, or things are split across multiple nodes and GPUs. You start to get noise in the whole process. I don't have a solution to that, unfortunately, if that's what you expected me to say. Well, I think it's part of the problem we're facing right now, which is, well, yeah, sure, but we haven't been able so far to audit humans, and I don't think we'll be able to audit agents in the same way we audit code and like infrastructure. But maybe that's fine. Maybe we'll find another way that is good enough. I think security does quite a lot of things that are good enough. So maybe that's the way forward.
Thanks. So I don't specifically do research myself, but yeah, I guess just flagging what maybe the panel previously said as well. I think there's a lot of emphasis on the technical research that happens, obviously, and necessarily. But I think there's a lot of ambiguity or lack of engagement maybe by other people within the academic sphere, where they have to, again, it's an educational piece around AI. Everybody needs to know about AI. So we touched upon some of the psychology. I think, Ali, you mentioned that actually when you're making decisions within an organization, yes, it needs a technical team, but you need the operational team, you need some high exec oversight of that. Sometimes you need regulatory, sometimes you need legal, you need all of those different components. So for me, yes, technical research, there's lots of different additional challenges for the reasons these guys are saying. But I think there's definitely a scope for broadening that piece out and thinking of research in a broader perspective.
All right, that makes sense. So how do you even choose where to start? Like, what do you have to research? for me, it's quite easy because, I'm working at a company that protects enterprises that's using like the enterprises applications, but for you it's more wide because what are, individual humans are doing, what is the government doing? And I'm really curious to hear how can you prioritize what you research when every day a new feature comes out, a new application is being adopted, and it's hard to keep up.
Yes, it's a really good question. And so from LASR's perspective, what we've got is something called, there's two sort of assets. One we call the problem book, one we call the opportunity book. Problem book is looking at DRL level research. And really it's looking at, so across LASR, we look at government own use cases, and we look at particularly sort of CNI, critical national infrastructure sector use cases, and where the two cross. Where we've got to, so the problem book is almost defined by some of the use cases that we have from given to us by different government departments. So that's a sort of an aggregation of all those different departments. But really, it's a case of, for the critical national infrastructure piece, we need to get a broad perspective from lots of different sectors. So yes, the finance sector, the health sector, energy, water, all of these different component parts. And so we've ended up running a series of workshops and initiatives to try and collate all of those needs. We combine that with secondary research into OWASP. We use, of course, NIST, others, to then confine that down, refine it down, so that we're working on things that, yes, at the forefront of technical research, but also they matter. We can see an end application. That's not always the case, of course, with early TRL research. You don't always see the end in sight, but actually we're trying to sort of come at it from both ends and try and solve that problem by addressing both and meeting in the middle.
Thanks. No, I actually totally agree that it probably needs to be use case based, in particular, because I don't think there is a single intervention that we can, once we discover, invent, we can apply it everywhere across the board and make everything safer. Having said that, I think part of the academia is still hoping for that kind of silver bullet. And maybe some of you were more familiar with the kind of robustness line of work on against adversarial examples. There is a part of the academia working with all those kind of adversarial examples and training against them and coming up with elbows and that are meant to make kind of classify as bulletproof adversarial examples. And then there's always kind of this one up, someone coming up with an attack and then they're improving the defense. And in the end, I think this is never going to pan out. That's my personal opinion. Some people obviously hope that at some point in the end, defense wins. But from what we've seen in security, is probably a kind of a net or a combination of interventions that make things secure. So defense in depth, I suppose. For example, prior to AI, in the binary exploitation era, we didn't escape that by inventing one technique that made binary exploitation impossible. We had dress randomization, stack canaries, a bunch of things that individually they were all quite possible, but all together they make it so hard for an adversary that attacks are becoming. There is a lot of friction if you want to come up with an attack, and even like trialing a system and figuring out how to exploit it, even if there is a vulnerability, it's becoming very hard. I think the same principle will probably apply to kind of AI deployed in specific use cases. That AI will be fundamentally vulnerable in some ways, but you can have a bunch of countermeasures or mitigations or defenses deployed that to the point that actually, if you sought to attack that, it's not straightforward at all.
So as an academic, the main way we keep up to date is obviously to read the literature. So that's one mechanism. But also, like I said, we work with companies. We do a lot of work with companies, and they bring exciting challenges and new problems to us. So one of the projects we're working on at the minute is from a multinational company who do a lot of work in safety critical systems. And if you work in that field, you have to do what's called, you have to build an assurance case for the system. So if you think about a safety critical system that has software, that software has to be certified. So they want to now introduce AI into their safety critical systems, which means the AI model has to be certified. And in order to do that, you need to build an assurance case for that AI model. So what we've been working on is developing an assurance case framework. It's a cycle framework that basically tries to develop an assurance case for the AI model that's going to be part of that system. So that's something I have no idea about really. You know, so again, that's coming from working with industry for this. So.
Yeah, sure.
I forgot to do a quick plug actually. So for LASR, our opportunity book has narrowed it down to, so our two focus areas at the moment are agentic and supply chain, AI supply chain risk and analysis. So we've just completed a program on agentic and the results will be out soon actually, but we've got an open course on the supply chain work. So if you're working on supply chain solutions, AI supply chain solutions, that's either at the edge, SLMs, restricted sort of compute areas, component provenance, or sort of, I guess, drift of solutions, then please let me know. All go to LASR.
That is an academic institution industry collaboration live. All right, so you know when you do research or you heavily exposed to research, particularly in AI and agentic AI, I feel like on a daily basis there are like shocking, surprising evidence that you know they caught you surprised each and every time. And I can give an example. So I'm going to spoil a bit, but one of the latest research that my team worked on, and I won't spoil all the details, but is how just the simple tooling functionality at one of the biggest vendors, which I won't say the name, but Mario will know. Yeah. Just implemented their tool action. So without even like LLM manipulations, you can easily exploit data and you can easily do a workflow hijacking without even manipulating the LLM. So that for me was shocking how easy it is. And I'm curious to hear what was the most shocking, surprising evidence that you found lately or you heard about lately.
I'll use one that's directly that we've just done on. We created some test harness for AI solutions, and we worked with a company called Fuzzy Labs up in Manchester. We created a test harness that took known threats to, on this one, it was around guardrails, prompt injection. And we took libraries of known threats and created scripts to basically test the model. And through doing that, we found that the majority of solutions that were publicly available, open source solutions, were about 50%, like solving about 50% of the threats, actually catching about 50%, literally just 50%. So if people are absorbing these things and actually, again, not testing them thoroughly, then be aware, because that was a lot scarier than I thought.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. That's very interesting. To what extent was this 50% kind of perfectly overlapping, or could you combine multiple solutions to go beyond that?
Well, that's a really good question, which I don't have the definitive answer to. I believe there was again the Venn diagram of the 50% were quite overlapping, but there's quite a big fringe of others that were not the common ones. So I won't name names, but
yeah, so I'm not that sure my research is that interesting, but something that really does interest me is the emergent reasoning of large language models. It's pretty amazing, so it is. So things like chain of thought, that type of stuff, and I think there's a lot of research to be done. The jury's out as to whether this is really reasoning or it's just pattern recognition from its training set. But also then I saw a recent paper on an attack on reasoning, if you like, of a large language model called I think it was DarkMind. So you can customize an LLM by having a set of instructions that will follow the prompt. And so in DarkMind, they attacked those set of instructions. So they injected rogue instructions that would disrupt the chain of thought process in the large language model. So yeah, that's something that's of interest.
Very interesting work. So something we did recently was publish this paper with Tropic and the AI Security Institute, where we looked into basically training dataset poisoning and found out that actually one common assumption, and I have to admit I assumed the same thing, was that the largest the model and the largest the training dataset becomes, if you want to poison this model to introduce a bug or some malicious behavior in there, you need to poison a largest not percentage, but the number of samples you need to poison grows proportionally. But we found out that's actually not true. So you need to poison about 250 documents, which is like every document is not that many pages long. And that's all you need, regardless of the size of the data set, which was surprising and a bit concerning. Yeah, I have to say though that kind of having this knowledge by itself, unless you do something about it, doesn't necessarily improve security directly, but being aware of this is already kind of a good step.
Wow, thank you for sharing. And you will bring up some interesting evidences, but I think that you really match the expectations. All right, so with that, I want to move on and talk about, yeah, we got a question. All right, go on.
So most of you are into academia and intersection of it. We talked about AI security research. What's your views on AI being used to do AI security research?
That's an interesting one. I must admit, I haven't learned that, so thank you.
Okay, I can take that and then.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is, can we use AI to do part of our job? So AI security research.
No, it wasn't that. You won.
What's your views on AI being used to do AI security research? Like we are using AI for pen testing and a couple of other security stuff. So now how about AI agents start doing AI security research?
Yeah,
Yes, using AI to do AI security research. I think it's going well, but the progress is not very symmetric in the sense that AI is really good in finding vulnerabilities given the source code, or at least decent. I think in black box systems, which part of security work it includes, at least pen testing, it often is the case. We don't know that much there. I know people are benchmarking using capture the flag competitions, but this is a bit not a clear signal to me because there are lots of write-ups online, and it's not always the case that capture the flag challenges are not derivative of each other. So it's often that the agent has seen something or the model has seen something similar during training, and now you're giving it something that you think is new, but actually it's not that new. Things are getting better, but it's not there yet. Yeah, that's my kind of thing.
So do you mean using AI to do AI security, or do you mean AI to do AI security research?
Research, right? Papers and publish and everything.
So I don't think really AI is at the level where it can do research. It would be my answer to that. I don't think that's been demonstrated. But my understanding is that the sort of level of intelligence, I feel like, is around about master's level. But I don't know whether or not it can. I mean, it's going to be defined by its training data set, basically. So whatever it's trained on. So I think there's lots of evidence to show that, agents and stuff like that there, or large language models, if you give it a problem that wasn't covered by its training data set, it doesn't perform that well. So that would be my view on it.
Can I add the
All right.
very quickly? I said the progress in that space is asymmetric. One side is you have tasks where the model can see the source code, and I think there is where we see most progress. On the other side, you have cryptography, algebra, stuff like this. I don't think it's doing great there, except for things that require just reasoning. It's more abstract math, but yeah, these are the two sides of the spectrum, in my opinion.
All right. Yeah, John. So I want to move to talk about a framework that I'm not sure if any of you heard about, the Agentic Top 10. And I want to ask you a question because I feel like there are lots of research about prompt injection, jailbreak, trying to manipulate LLM to do unintended behavior, in the conversation with the user. But there's less conversation and research about issues such as identity management, the tool poisoning, the context injection being quite hyped for a while, but now it's like a bit low again. And the inter-agentic communication, I feel like these are less, heard lately. And I wonder what is your opinion about it? Why researchers are going straight forward to those prompt injection, jailbreak, and left aside all of these important risks that are none less risky, right?
So I think one of the reasons for that is most of the focus in AI security has been on learning. When you start to talk about agents, you need to think about the security of reasoning, security of planning, the security of adaptation. So these are very, very new and young areas. So for me, again, security of reasoning is going to be a big, the next step in AI is really all around reasoning. Learning's been a lot, done to death, really. So I think as that develops, the whole reasoning piece, then security of reasoning and so on will become a bigger thing.
There's a time for all of you, don't worry.
I think there is a small bottleneck in terms of we all see the potential, but without concrete use cases, it's often hard to kind of anticipate where the thing is going to go. And now the obvious thing is chatbots, so it's kind of more straightforward. And maybe we lack a little bit of imagination as well. But at the same time, it's maybe a chicken and egg problem where people don't deploy new use cases because it's not robustly secure, and people don't make it robustly secure because they can't envision those new use cases.
I guess I will just say, against the two sort of laser focus areas, in Agentic, they were looking at sort of identity of component parts and memory poisoning. And with supply chain, again, they're looking at that sort of component provenance and drift. And so I think we're seeing people tackle those challenging problems. I think the majority of people, I guess, as Vas said, where you've got a clear use case, it's easy to contextualize the research that you need to do to solve it. Whereas I guess, with the question that was just asked, we get a bit meta and we get a bit more involved. It becomes a bit more difficult to do. But actually, we're definitely seeing people across academic institutions across the UK tackle.
So there's what to expect in 26, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
All right, so we're now releasing the framework, the Agentic Top 10, and sometimes it can be quite hard for companies or organizations to take that framework and break it down and think of how do I make it actionable or what do I take out of it. And I wanted to ask your advice for our audience on how to do that and how your institutions are planning to do so.
Yeah, so how to engage in it, I guess. So previous panelists talked about Bridge AI. I think so again, we are looking for a sort of CNI, CTO, CISO, almost panel that we're going to put together so that people can start to learn from each other how they're trying to address these different things. I think it's very difficult for individuals to try and take on board all of this. People again, they're fatigued by the number of changes and things they have to adopt within their organizations. I think there's an opportunity where people collaborate, where we can get people together to actually talk about these things, both individually within sectors, but there's definitely cross-sector learning, like cross-pollination of ideas. And so, yeah, we're looking to form like a board of CNI sector experts to come together. I'll just quickly say, we mentioned the AI code of practice previously. I've done another workshop whereby we looked at that, and again, the education came out as the biggest blocker that everybody across the room unilaterally sort of flagged, or unanimously flagged as the main challenge. So I think it's all about communities like OWASP, I'll call you out. It's about communities working together to try and formulate ideas within sectors, cross-sector, pollinate those ideas, and have a bit of a support network when you're trying to go through the dark times.
Yeah, just quick note on top of everything said already. I don't think the top 10 should become a box ticking exercise. Instead, I think is the right way is kind of it serves as a guide as to the kind of risks that are out there and what if you're deploying something. Think deeply about each one of them, and some of these may not apply to you, right? I, for example, spend most of my time working on the inter-agent communication. If you don't have multiple agents, maybe this is not a massive risk for you. So it's just a sensible guide because the literature is really crazy at the moment. Lots of people are publishing different in different directions and different levels of quality, let's say. So this serves kind of as a guide of what is out there, what you need to be aware of and think for your specific use case and what applies to that.
Sorry, one more call out just before I hand to Paul. There's a great paper from the World Economic Forum called AI Balancing Risks and Rewards. I think the University of Oxford GCSEC team wrote that. Definitely worth a look. It will help too.
Yes, I guess it really depends on to some degree on the size of the company. Obviously for smaller companies and SMEs and so on, it's a more difficult thing to do. I think Etsy's recently published standards that sort of are a good useful guide to for SMEs, and maybe adopting them to a more agentic type problem is maybe a good starting point.
Okay, that's great. So we're going to enter 26 soon. May I ask just a hint of your research roadmap?
Okay, so again, I talked about assurance frameworks. So we've been mainly focusing on conventional predictive type models, CNNs and so on. So what we are hoping to do is to apply it to a transformer model. So that's one aspect of it. And then also what I said about looking into emergent reasoning of large language models and how we can protect that against attacks.
I don't have a research agenda per se, but so all the components of agentic, supply chain, deep reasoning, folks.
Cool. Not my full research agenda, just a couple of things I'm very interested in. One is because many things in security are dual use, what kind of risks we are facing with AI being misused. And at the same time, certain use cases that are defense only. So if we develop those capabilities, they are actually not dual use. So you're advancing defense only. On that front, we built a sandbox for malware targeting infrastructure, where the model is essentially creating an illusion of infrastructure that's not out there, and we use this to sandbox malware and kind of elicit malicious behavior if it's there and classify binaries.
All right, I can share that I'm going to explore all the areas that haven't been explored. So no probe injection and jailbreak for me anymore, but just like supply chain, identity issues, and some of the stuff that haven't been discovered yet. So John says that we have to finish, but one last question to end it up.
It's your day today, sir.
Okay, thank you. No, because I want it to be practical for us, and we spoke a bit about the adoption board, but I think it's really hard for companies to know how to be updated in all the latest research and where to consume that, because there's so many information online, but how do you find the really interesting information that can benefit to you, and how do you stay updated in such evolving, I'd say, market or industry? Your final note, please.
So I guess I'll call out both the DCIT publications, NCSC publications, bodies like, and I will again call out OWASP and NIST as people regularly cite that says, you know, I feel like if I've checked, you know, all the different things on those sites, I feel like I'm I'm in a good state. So I'd go for those bodies first, and then of course, you know, you've got the individual authorities within each sector.
Not really to add there, to be honest. Academics are very, it's difficult to really know. Like I said, you know, there's various standards coming or emerging, Etsy and so on, as Dan says. So I guess you've got to read them.
All right.
Okay, very quick note. I think common sense goes a long way. So you don't necessarily need all the time to know what's the latest paper and something. So top 10 in that case is good. I think it covers all bases. But tracking the literature through Google Scholar, kind of top institutions is a way. It's just very time consuming. Sometimes you find someone who does this for you. And you to follow them instead.
Well, thank you so much. I think those are great takeaways, and I hope it will help you out. So thank you. With that, moving forward.
Thank you very much, all of you. Don't go out. We're not there for a break yet. So just a quick clarification. So when we talk about the ETSI standard, the code of practice is also an ETSI standard. Again, I'm promoting it, so we will check. However, next panel, Helen and Tim. The next panel is about red teaming. So we talked about governance. We talked about research horizons. Let's talk about real stuff. Testing in real enterprises.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi, it's really great meeting you, and no, it's really great meeting you in person, first time. Super excited about this event. Great job, everybody here. So today, we're going to talk about red teaming and actually some of the practical applications around that. So, but first, before we go into that, just for fun, I know we can explain in technical format what we do for work, but starting with each of you, starting with Dan, then Matt, then Rachel, explain briefly, how do you explain your work to some relative who is not in tech, yeah? And why this panel and why today?
Okay, so can you hear me?
No.
Oh, there we go. So I'm a researcher in Microsoft's AI Red Team, and what I do is take AI deployments and of course.
I'm not technical.
Not technical. Okay, what I do is I take. Do you know ChatGPT, Grandma? I know you use it. I make sure that it can do bad things like swear at you, and that's what I do on a daily basis. So yeah, why here today? I mean, I'm really excited because, I think that the innovation is moving very, very fast, right? And it's moving faster than we can protect it. And I think no single institution is going to provide a solution for everybody. And initiatives like OWASP and MITRE and other programs that we're advising are going to help us come together and communicate with a common language. So this is why I'm very excited today and now.
Amazing. I guess my answer is going to be even less technical. And for those of you that have kids, like everyone's kind of said before, AI is very similar to a baby or a child, a very small child. It's like early in maturity. And when your child becomes a toddler, they actually start to have more agency. They can walk around, they can put things in sockets, they can walk down and upstairs. My son actually thinks it's really exciting to try and ride a suitcase like a sled down the stairs. So my aim is to try and stop all of these risky behaviors and make sure that we can foresee the things that might happen, but instead of toddlers and children, it's actually for AI systems and the systems that are kind of changing people's lives. Why now? Well, one of my colleagues said earlier, the kind of 0 to 8 month period is the sweet spot where they can't really do very much. And at 8 months, they start standing up. And I think agents are the kind of times that these systems are standing up.
So my analogy will be even less technical and will sound horrible after yours, comparing these to children, because I usually say I get paid to break things. That's like my simplest explanation. But if there's a slight more technical layer, I will often tell people, I socially engineer computers, right? And I actually think that's why now for me, like I've been in red teaming for a while, but I'm just really fascinated that as human beings, especially when we talk about generative AI, when we talk about LLMs, we have created socially engineerable computers. And now we're like sticking them with autonomy in charge of like very sensitive operations in our business, which is a fascinating role as somebody who has done social engineering engagements and done pen testing before.
Fantastic. Very great to meet you. Awesome monologist. So maybe this one will start with Dan, and then we can add up with Rachel and Matt. So without naming names, what would be the AI failure or a weird thing, behavior that you've seen? And it's like, yeah, you would think this is really where we gotta find a better ways of red teaming the systems.
So I think that, yeah, I think we did a lot of work recently. I've been focusing a lot on compute use agents. And if you don't know what those are, they're agents with tools attached to them that can call actions like clicking a mouse on a VM or browsing a browser, typing, copying and pasting, these kinds of things. And we found a whole range of surprising things from that. And I think one of the biggest things for me that was a surprise is that you're basically, when you expose a browser and screenshots of a VM to the model, the agent as context, you're exposing any website on the web as an attack vector. And so this is something that, is essentially any website that's malicious, that can be hiding in the corner of the web somewhere, you can actually point to it from a very common website, right, like GitHub or something like that, by just decorating it in something that looks very benign. And so that was a massive jump for me. It's not indirect prompt injection anymore. It's like the whole web can be your attack vector. And I think that was quite shocking. And it leads to difficult ways to test, right? It's hard to test that. There are some existing frameworks, like I think there's one called OWASP, actually, since we're at OWASP today. But there are others, and they're very good at testing the browser-based agents. But I think in general, I'm working on it, and I know other teams are. And sort of when you have a VM, there are multiple applications. How do you really define what you trust, what you don't trust, what context are you feeding into the model? And I think this is very difficult to get right in kind of a generic sense.
Rachel? So if my face looks like vaguely familiar to anyone, it's because I work a lot on the prompt injection entry of the old GenAI top 10. And so prompt injection is always like very fascinating to me. And some of we alluded a little bit of sort of like waiting to do the top 10 for Agentic because it wasn't quite ready, right? We kind of wanted to let it bake. But we did do some updates, and one of the updates that we did to prompt injection was to further explain that scope. That prompt injection is when user prompt data enters into the system where GenAI exists, and it can actually influence not just the system prompt behavior or the attention level, but it can also influence like downstream goal setting and things like that. And so we expanded that in our last update of the prompt injection piece. And I think that's probably been the most fascinating part to me is as somebody who has done web application vulnerability testing before, right? We would have this list of SQL injections, right, that we could run through. But GenAI being a non-deterministic system, it's a very, and the context windows and right prompt chaining and the way those attacks can be so different than just unsanitized user input has been really fascinating. And as I've done more of this hands-on, being able to, the best way I can describe it is it's gives me the joy of lock picking again. Like you have a feel when you interact with these models that you develop over time this like feedback field when you can tell you're nudging towards a guardrail that's about to be jumped, right? And there's this feedback that you get that is very satisfying, but also makes it very hard to scale testing. Makes it really challenging in terms of red teaming. But it's like somewhere between social engineering and lock picking when you're doing these types of more elaborate prompt injection attacks.
I think I'll just add very quickly that it's not just like small scale or online environments that these agents act in. They also act in physical environments as well, which can be extremely risky. And it means that somebody who has access to your system, if you haven't kind of configured it correctly or applied the right security controls, can actually start to change things in the physical space, can change things around you, could unlock or lock doors. And I think that's quite scary. But it also might be worth noting that, you know, your systems aren't only vulnerable to attackers. You can build a system that you might not have configured correctly that actually benignly acts in a way that you didn't expect. Like, I know you're not allowed to name names, but I'll name myself. I've built systems before where I haven't configured like the max token length, and I've received an empty response from something, and then my model has gone and blitzed through like hundreds of thousands of empty tokens, and then just replied the end at the end of that, which is like comical and also quite upsetting.
We'll stay with Matt. Fantastic. So let's take a little spin on other side. So you probably have done lots of research about what adversaries are doing with AI today and how they're using it. So our simulations, are they keeping up with that, what they are doing, or still poking, prompt injection, things like that?
Yeah, I think I've got some more hot take and maybe controversial opinion on this. And it's that honestly, I don't think we're keeping up necessarily. We are in a lot of ways, but they're in a kind of different way than you would expect. I think oftentimes we look at, can we make the model say something bad, or can we make it give away information that perhaps it shouldn't? But I think attackers are looking at what they can do in a more traditional sense. Can they harvest credentials? Can they have access to, like, write access to artifacts or systems that they shouldn't be allowed to have? And that's, like Rachel said, a very difficult thing to test. Like, how can you automate this process where you've got an unlimited attack space? You could provide whatever words you want into a model to try and make it achieve something. You can access the entire web as an attack vector. And also the kind of time it takes to carry out this testing is extremely long. It costs a lot of money and it takes a lot of time. So you can't test everything. So, sorry, that was a lot of talking. What was the question again?
It was, are we keeping up the simulations? And yeah.
Okay, so this kind of leaves us with the fact that there's so much to test. And an attacker just has to find one entry that allows them to do what they want. We have to defend from every single opportunity. And so, yeah, I would say, no, we're not keeping up. But like Vas said, if we apply enough security controls, we can raise the cost for the attacker such that it makes it very difficult for them to find these opportunities, even if we don't secure the entire thing.
So I also co-chaired the CTI layer for the GenAI side. And so we've been tracking this and we did some research on this. And last year we kind of came up with like this really short phrase of like, if you have about 80% knowledge of what you're doing, you can get about a 20% uplift from AI, right? Like in a malicious way. Like a good example of this I always talked about, and this primarily applies to frontier models that have ethical guardrails and things like that, which we have seen in Anthropic's report that these are being weaponized, right? So I think that is significant change. But walking it through Kerber roasting, right? If I just went to like Chat GPT and like, give me a Kerber roasting script. No, sorry. But if I'm like, can you enumerate all the service principal names, right? If I step it through, it'll get me there. Right, but I had to already have like 80% knowledge of what Kerber roasting is to get it to give me that 20% uplift. Anecdotally, I would say that that's changed to about 85-15. right? Like, there has been some pretty significant changes, but a lot of it that we're seeing has to do with the corpus of information that's available, which makes sense, right? A lot of the exploitations that we see that are happening AI driven are like web application vulnerabilities, right? Because they're very well documented. So I think there's actually an uneven distribution of the uplift that threat actors are getting. And it primarily, that uneven distribution of how much uplift that they're getting has to do with their own skill set, their targets, and their objectives, right? I think for the first time this year, we've had an APT group very publicly say, we used AI to like create all of this stuff because we have no idea what we're doing, right? And that was new. And like even a year prior to that, I was reporting on dark web chatter where essentially threat actors were making fun of each other for suggesting that you use AI for malware development. So I think there has been this really significant shift that we're seeing, but I don't think it is as catastrophic as it's often portrayed as. But I think it's incremental, and I don't know, because there's so much doom and gloom that's like constant headlines, I worry we get fatigue in this area. And that as these significant changes happen, where we're seeing massive weaponization of frontier models, people don't realize the steps that are taking, because they're like, at this point, they're so inundated with the alarm bells, they don't notice the incremental changes.
Dan, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a bit more. I totally agree with those points, right? And especially around like increasing capabilities, right? Every time there's a new release, there are new capabilities, they need to be tested. You kind of have to wipe the slate clean and start again. And I think that instead of just sort of testing as we have done since like, I don't know, 2022 on fuzzing prompts and checking for particular behaviors and known exploits, what attackers are actually doing, particularly in the agentic world, is exploiting the system, right? And we've moved from prompting, like a model where you have a user puts a prompt in, you have inference, the output is maybe assessed as well, and you have a sort of firewall checking in that sense, right, of a live environment. But now with an agentic setup, there's a prompt that goes to a planner, and maybe you have some memory calls, right? There's retrieval there, maybe some memory that's provided in the context. Then there are actions and like, I guess, tool calls that are kind of chosen, reasoned about, actions taken in an environment that we as humans are working in. And you can see it's getting bigger and bigger, right? And then once that environment changes, you need to go back to the planner and see if we're closer and closer to the prompt that the user wants us to achieve, right? And I think attackers are really exploiting that because there are many steps here. And within each of those steps is like a blind spot, right? So you can test those things on their own, the components like individually, but at some point there is going to be a miscommunication or a bridge that there's a blind spot that is ripe for the taking for an attack. And I think that there are interesting examples that give me hope of like rogue agents, red agents, running in environments, simulated environments that exist. But I don't think we're really there yet. So that's my small addition.
And that's excellent outline. Yeah, so it's like we're moving from the testing the model only, right, to more of a testing the system with multiple steps. So if you consider the system and you outline very well the process and components of it and memory tools and so on and agents, where do you see the biggest blind spot that we have today in those systems?
So actually, great work that the agentic team did early on was talking about the dimensions of risk when it comes to agentic systems. And I love the kind of three breakdowns, because if you think of them as sliders, right? How much agency does it have? How much integration does it have? And this is where like that systematic testing and threat modeling is really important. And as you said, threat actors are threat modeling the capabilities of your system. So I sure hope you are, right? So right, the integration and then interaction, like how free is that interaction? Like do your users just have like 4 drop downs, but you have a lot of integration and you have a lot of agency? Then, that risk might be a little bit different than if it's like full free on text, right? Because some prompt injection starts to become a bigger issue. So I think, the when it comes to the blind spots, it's that when we have set up our AI governance, when we set up all these policies now that, you know, have been running, we didn't ask those questions to get those dimensionalities. Because agentic really wasn't a thing when we first set up our AI governance. So a lot of organizations, myself included, are having to go back to our governance process and make sure we're asking those questions in a way the IT system owners can actually answer, right? In order to actually understand that, because those sliders are integral for not us just understanding risk, but actually for us understanding how much can red teaming, like adversarial input testing, actually help control that risk, right? Because there's agentic implementations that you have where your risk reduction from doing a red teaming exercise is fairly minor. And there's others where red teaming is absolutely critical for you understanding the security guardrails you need to implement.
I just want to add to that. Yeah, so in terms of blind spots, right? Like I just mentioned, you have all these components, and I think I have a very interesting example. I had a researcher from my team put together an experiment earlier this year. And what he did was he built like a mock-up of an email client. So you can send and receive emails, and then you can have the agent kind of summarize those emails, right? And as usual, you try to attack it by emailing in and having your context provided. But what happened was that he was able to poison the memory and actually break up a malicious prompt into many different small components and send them in over like 10 emails. And he did that with a key. So the language model had the capability to put together this malicious prompt using that key after it had tried to do retrieval and summarize the emails. Which I guess is also another interesting example back to the first question, right? But interesting finding. Yeah, and I think that the flaw here is, again, this sort of blind spots, right? You have these components that are handed over as there was once a sort of email checker scanning for, is there any malicious prompt here? No. So you pass it on. But when memory retrieves, it kind of assumes that that job's done, right? It's filtered. It doesn't realize that the model is going to be, pulling together all these prompts. And a really interesting fact about that is that it didn't matter what order you sent those emails in. So the model was still able to kind of put together and reason about what the prompt should be. So yeah, I think those are blind spots that, going back to the sort of component example.
I think I don't really have too much to add. There's a lot of blind spots in these models, and there's always going to be a way to take advantage of your system. But that's kind of part and parcel of building these things. We're not trying to build, 100% secure system. We're trying to understand if we can add enough value that it offsets this kind of almost like risk balance case against the cost that happens against a small chance of an incident. And that's a question that you kind of have to ask yourself. Is it worth building these systems? In many cases, yes. In some cases, no. I work a lot in kind of highly sensitive or like constrained environments, and we almost work the other way. So we don't build a capability and then try and add security in later. We come up with an idea and then find out how small of an area we can build it in. And if we can build it in that area, great. And if we can't, then it's just an unacceptable risk that we don't take. So it's one of those things. Yes, there's lots of different blind spots and they can hide anywhere. One of the probably most prominent, like you said, is where your system takes on untrusted data sources and uses them as part of the trusted system, like kind of prompt or system instructions. So this is almost kind of exactly what's happening here. Yeah, that's what's happening.
How are we on time? Anyone who's watching time? And I was like, almost break time. Anyway, there is a question. So before we end the panel, let's see what was the question.
So how do we realize the benefits of objectives in a agentic system rather than relying on isolated prompt-based attacks?
So I will talk about a project that I'm aware of at Microsoft.
The question
Oh,
is
yes,
about
sorry.
simulation.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry. this simulation question of the attack simulation, right? And how do we repeat it, like make it repeatable?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Create realistic multi-step regulatory objective in agentic systems rather than relying on isolated prompt-based attacks.
Yeah, so how do we make it realistic simulation rather than relying on single prompt attack?
Yes, I think a big part of that is getting the environment correct. And so there's a project I'm aware of at Microsoft where we're trying to build essentially a mock-up of some SharePoint environment where you have all the like artificial files, you have like permissions on those, you have users, and you have a real sandbox that you can run an agent in. And then you can have a red agent that has some objectives that are malicious, and you want to try and steal some information from a file that you don't have access to. And so, obviously then you can define multiple objectives for that. But I think the environment is one of the key points, right? You want to make sure that it's realistic. And then I think moving more towards an agent doing that for us, because it's going to be hard to do that, like, as you said, with single prompts, right? And then there's a big question in like, who owns that, right? Because if you're building a rogue agent or red agent, and it's sort of needs to be trained to do malicious things, and anything you have that's open source and public has been aligned, it's been kind of removed from the bad behavior. And so to get the best testing, you kind of want something whose capabilities is malicious, and you don't really want to give that out to the public, right? Because then it can kind of hurt you later and you shoot yourself in the foot. So there's also a big question, I think, around like ownership of these rogue agents.
So I think threat modeling is super important. There's a fantastic guide around threat modeling for generated systems. And actually, once you have able to describe the threat model based off of the capabilities of the systems, right? Remember agency, integration, interaction. There's actually, when you are going through the prompting process, if you automate it with Burp or other things, you can actually use an AI agent to look at the responses that you're getting back from the system and judge, not on a pass-fail, but if that's worth spending additional time on. And this is how we get scalability when we talk about using agents to do red teaming, right? Because it's non-deterministic, because we're dealing with context windows and prompt chaining, it's actually really important to realize, like you'll send a prompt and it'll be like, I'm sorry, I cannot answer that. Send the next, I'm sorry, I cannot answer that. I'm sorry. And then you're like, okay, well, what if I'm a developer? How can I help you? Now, it hasn't actually done anything malicious. You haven't gotten a finding, but that's, if you just kind of run it through like automated systems, so like an automated system would be like, that was a fail. That's not a fail. That's a spend more time on that, right? And you can actually use agentic adjudication systems while you're running your burp test for these prompts and say, kind of tell me which one of these appears to be a successful nudging of a guardrail or getting me closer to a jailbreak. And that's the kind of like nuance that I think is really important, that doesn't maybe carry over very well from like traditional web application testing, because you do just kind of have pass-fail states. But that's a really good way that you, especially if you inform that agentic system with what the threat model is, like what is the system actually intended to do? What is it hooked up to? Like is it hooked up to my SAP in my system? The prompts it's going to send and what it's going to try to have for an objective will be vastly different for that versus like a help desk, chatbot. So
I have a couple more questions. We're gonna do fast.
I think a question would be.
One, okay, then very quickly, I'm gonna ask this both. Very quickly to summarize. So there's a very interesting trend that's going across the industry about continuous red teaming or automated red teaming. So what is your opinion on that? Are we there, or is just we talking only about this, or are we there? And then if you can summarize one thing that whoever is planning for red teaming should consider as part of their agentic AI system red teaming exercises. So let's start with Rachel.
I think we're closer than we were there a year ago when I looked a lot at these. Like it's a lot closer. I think you still need some pretty significant expertise. Now, how many people on the team you need to have that expertise, I think has been reduced. Tools have gotten us there. The one thing people really need to have a strong skill in for this area is threat modeling. Like really understand how to threat model these systems.
Yeah, I think you're completely right, actually. So automated red teaming, yeah, I agree. We're not there. We're kind of moving towards that, but at the moment it's aspiration, I think. I guess one of the things I would say as well is like, what's the cost of continuous red teaming? Is it worth it? How much of your system do you actually have to test to be happy that it's secure enough? So I think automated red teaming, it's not really that. The things that I think are the most important, like maybe you said in some systems, red teaming didn't add that much value. I think things that do add value always are like improving the way that you monitor a system, and then how you remediate that system when it fails and how you improve it over time. So it might be that you do red teaming every now and then and you improve it from your findings. But it could be that you just sit down every time there's an incident and really understand how that happened and how you could improve your system going forward. And then what would I recommend people doing today is if you're building a system and you've got it working, yeah, don't just throw prompts at it. Like, who cares if it swears at you, probably. But think about what actually matters. Like, what's the really important things and where are the really bad fails in your system, and try and kind of protect against those.
Cool, yeah. I think I kind of alluded to it with the rogue agent or red agent that, I think that's the approach we need for sort of continuous red teaming of an agentic system. And also, I think we're not exactly there, but where we are is that, continuously log, right? Log your tool calls, log data provenance, try and keep as much track of as much information as possible, so that we can, review it and it's easier to kind of grow and learn. If I could recommend anything to people going out to red team their agentic systems, I think this year I really try and say this as much as I can. It's that AI red teams and the classical security red teams need to work together at the same time. Like, right, it's with all these components that are mishmashed together and the gaps in between, it's not enough to just pass a deployment to red team it from the classical security sense, say, okay, yeah, lock down the browser, lock down the VM, we're okay. Like, no, now we're protected against those threats. Move it to the AI red team, and then they check the model and the more subtle information flow. Well, I think information flow is key, right? So you can track the flow of information that goes from the system into the agent through the model. Once it's touched the model's been tainted with that information, good or bad, and then might go back into the system again, right? And I think having a 2-hour session between both your classical AI security red teaming and your AI red teaming, a 2-hour session with the architecture in front of you, blueprint, whatever it is you need, will work wonders, much more than kind of passing off to both teams in sequence.
Very fascinating. So threat modeling, what's important, telemetry, and the bonus one, working together, classical and AI red teaming. Awesome. Thank you so much for your wealth of knowledge and interesting answers. John, back to you.
Thank you, Kayla. Right. We have a 15-minute break. However, be aware that we have a courtesy of our friends of F5, we have a happy hour after this. So I want you to do a very quick break. Don't be late, because the more we delay this, we delay the happy hour. So go and stretch. Don't go for coffee and all that, and come back in 15 minutes. Otherwise, I will become a rogue agent again. Maybe making one team. Oh, that. Yeah, we gotta get fantastic. Well done, guys. Separate. Great, I just want to see if I can keep this in.
I'm Rock, official.
Hey, Rock, yeah.
Hey.
implement that in one of the major platforms for hyperscalers. And I'm delighted to welcome Mark here from AWS, who can introduce himself, who's going to walk us through from the top 10 all the way to Agentic top 10 and how you possibly kind of relate that to an AWS solution.
Which means we need to all sit down and pay attention. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just wait for John to do the roundup. Thanks, John. Thanks, everybody. And it's amazing to think that probably, what, 2.5 years ago, not many people in this room had actually heard of generative AI. I know I hadn't. If I think back to where I was in 2023, if we look back, was it March 2023? Microsoft and OpenAI put out their announcement. At that point, kind of the world kind of woke up. We saw all the news articles. Skynet is coming to take over the world. All our jobs are gone. Chatbots are the future. About 5 or 6 months after that, OWASP released the large language model for top 10, 2023 version, pretty quickly. Jump forward to 2024, and in November, December time, I think it was, they were launched and OWASP released the updated large language models for top 10, the 2025 version. At about the same time, Anthropic had just open sourced MCP, Model Context Protocol, that they put out there. So we kind of jumped immediately from generative AI and large language models to now we're starting to use tools. In Q1, I think it was February, OWASP dropped out their Agentic AI threats and mitigations documents. They turned it around pretty quickly. And then look where we are now. We've just had the launch of the OWASP top 10 for Agentic AI applications. Things are moving rapidly, right? I started this 2.5 years ago, roughly middle of 2023 when I picked up generative AI security. And I always joke in that I'm actually only 27 years old, and this is what 2.5 years of Agentic AI security has done to me. I heard somebody say that actually a year in AI security and Agentic AI and generative AI security is the equivalent to 10 years in real life. So it kind of tracks pretty well 2.5 years, right, to where I am now. But the reality is this is moving rapidly. A lot of the information that we get, and actually a lot of what we've spoken about today has all been, hey, here's the theory of how we do things. Right. I'm Mark Keating. I'm a principal security specialist at AWS. I've been at AWS for almost 6 years. And for the last 2.5 years, I've been focused on generative AI security. And what I've been focusing on is actually going into customers and talking to them about what it is, how it looks, and how they can and what they can do to mitigate those risks and the security issues surrounding generative AI and building applications using large language models and now agents. So if we look at the evolution of AI, AI started back in the 1950s, really, but that was long before I was born. If we start looking at from a machine learning perspective, and we kind of go through in terms of where we are, we had machine learning for a number of years. For a long time, it was fairly predictable. You put a bunch of data in, it would spit something out. It would give you a prediction. It'd give you a yes or no. This is good or bad. Something's going to go up or down, right? Simplistic view, but that's machine learning. It was very constrained around what it was going to do. 2.5 years ago, large language models and generative AI came in, and all of a sudden, we were starting to expand that. The security controls that we needed, the privacy, the risks associated with all of these things started to grow. 9 months ago, agents started taking over. So you can see how we're accelerating through this. To be honest, the next time you see me, maybe next year, I'll have a big white beard and I'll be ready for retirement because I would have aged another 10 years. But the point is, who knows what's coming next, right? It could be in 6 months' time that all of a sudden somebody goes, do you know what? This agentic stuff is great. We've gone from single agents to multi-agents. Now everybody's going to have their own personal agents that's going to grow with them for the rest of their life. I don't know if that's true or not. We don't know where it's going, but the point is it's going pretty quickly, right? So what we really have to think about is, and when we're talking to customers, there are three things that we tend to talk about customers. And if you notice I'm talking a bit quick, it's only because obviously John's put me under pressure to make sure that everybody can get out for those drinks and things later. But realistically, trying to summarize what I've been doing in 2.5 years with customers into 45 minutes is kind of tough. But when you to think about things strategically, what we need to start looking at is AI is going to become embedded everywhere. We're starting to see it already. Whether you know it or not, supply chains that you are using today are probably using these tools, and you may be unaware of them. It's happening. And just by show of hands, how many people currently have generative AI or agentic AI applications in production? Okay. So let's say a third of people. How many people are organizations are experimenting with it? A bunch of other people. And my assumption is all the people that didn't put their hands up probably don't know it's happening somewhere in their organization. That's the reality of it, right? We heard shadow AI being spoken about earlier. This is happening, it's coming everywhere. Security needs to be embedded everywhere AI is integrated. We heard a lot earlier about threat models. We heard a lot about knowing and understanding what the infrastructure is, where those integrations are, and how are you going to protect them? How are you going to secure them? What are you going to do to make sure that they don't have unnecessary access? Same as when I get access to systems, I only get what I need. At least HR know who I am and what my job type is. As soon as you start looking at these integrations, we really need to dive deeper into the infrastructure to see where these agents are where they're being integrated, who's using what. And then finally, we're hoping that in an ideal world, everybody's got their foundation security in place. Everybody's doing security right. Everybody's got their foundations there. The reality is, we know that most organizations have challenges in getting everything there. What we're hoping, and in an ideal world, is where the boards and the senior leaders are trying to drive security, trying to drive AI, and they're trying to drive agentic and generative AI applications that can actually help drive security across the environment. Right? By raising it as a risk and by getting in there early and by getting leadership to buy into it, hopefully you'll be able to actually take those business cases and your leadership are going to say, actually, yes, we can do this, but we need to put the right controls in place, which is hopefully going to be able to help fix some of those foundational challenges. So in some cases, we can actually see that these scaling AI and securing AI can actually help drive your security posture as a whole. Can't guarantee it's going to work for you, but you can try it. So what really changes with AI? And there are 4 key things, and I'm just going to bring all 4 of them up really quickly. We've heard some of these things spoken about before, and I'm just conscious that the white text hasn't really come out particularly well on the screens. Non-determinism, we've heard that raised before. You can ask a large language model the same question 5 times, and chances are you'll get 5 different responses. Right? The sentiment may be the same, but the actual response is going to be different every single time. We've moved to input becomes code, whereas before what we would do is we would actually send an instruction and it would go and interact with code or with data in the background. Now what we're doing is we're sending an instruction as well as information that all get packaged up. We heard Dan talking about emails containing code in there that can actually use or prompt injection attacks. There's a number of things like that. But essentially what we're doing is we're bundling up the data and the control together and sending it through to the large language model. The large language model really can't differentiate between what it should be using and what it shouldn't be using. It's just going to take that as an entire whole and it's going to execute it as code. We consider things like autonomous decision making. We've heard about this before, and actually, on the back half of my deck, I'm going to talk about this a little bit more around the autonomy that we're giving these tools and the ability to go away and make decisions, make changes to your environment. And then the last one there is around actually dynamic learning and the fact that agents, depending on how they're built, can actually learn. They can improve and they can change over time. This is fundamentally different to a lot of stuff that as technologists, we've had to deal with in the past, especially from a security perspective. So when we're thinking about this, and when I go in and start talking to customers, we try and take the emphasis, maybe emphasis is the wrong word, we try and step back and we say, let's look at the things that we can control from a security perspective. Let's start looking at what's happening outside the model. So let's start looking at those deterministic controls, the things that you're doing today already, the least privilege, the data protection. knowing what's going on, the logging, the monitoring and so on. Right? Let's look at those things and how we can make use of those to our benefit. Apply security before anything goes into the models. Right? So how many people today are going to deploy an application, a web app, without putting some kind of web application firewall on it? Right? You're not going to. The threats are enormous. Essentially, you're doing the same thing. You're stopping the data, the bad stuff from getting to the model. You're stopping the bad stuff from getting to that web server, right? Think about that something. And use defense in depth. We hear this all the time. You know, multi-layered approach. There is not going to be a single control that's going to be perfect for every single thing. You have to use a defense in depth approach. So there are three key things. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things, but there are three key things that I really look at. What are the threats? Everybody wants to know what they are. What's actually relevant to me? Because there might be a whole load of threats out there that are not relevant to me. And then what can I do about them? And we always hear a lot of theory about the things that you can do, but not how to do them necessarily. You know, so things like reduce the surface attack area. And you go, okay, in real English, what does it really mean to me as a practitioner or a security architect, somebody who's trying to deploy something? So we've tried to take a step back and we started looking at actually what do some of these things mean and how do we approach this? So I'm hoping everybody has seen this. This is not today's, this is the 2025 version of the OWASP Top 10 for large language models. I'm not going to talk you through this. It'll take far too long. Everybody's aware of this. The one thing that I will point out is every time I talk to anybody about this, there are three things that always come up. Prompt injection attack, because everybody's super scared of prompt injection attacks. Rightly so, you can do some bad things. Sensitive information disclosure. Actually, I don't want sensitive information to be disclosed because I could get into a lot of trouble. And the final one is excessive agency. Right? Those are the three top things. When I'm talking to customers, they tend to come up. Now, different people have got different use cases, different people have different priorities for things, but those are the ones that I see time and time again. I don't see very much about misinformation, which arguably is quite a dangerous one. Do I trust what's coming out of those models implicitly enough to be able to go away and use it without validating it? So up on screen, I'm just going to go through this pretty quickly. Very, very basic, high level. This is meant to be simplistic view of a large language model based application. I send a prompt in, goes to the application, it sends it off to the large language model or an agent. That goes off and checks some information. If there's any supplemental data sources that are there, it formats a response and it sends it back to me. Nice and easy. Then we add in where the models come from. We've got our data producers on the bottom. They produce a whole lot of data. They push it in. We train the models. We've got, when it comes up, we've got machine learning engineers, data scientists. They take their own data, they extract from somewhere, and they do some fine tuning of models. And they push that into there as well. This is a super simplistic view. But the reason I put this here is to understand how things like the OWASP Top 10 for large language models can be overlaid on this. So now when you start looking at this, what we've done is we've overlaid all of these, right? So the idea behind this is that it helps to give you an idea of which threats are relevant to which parts of the application. This is a high level. There may be nuanced versions depending on what your application is, but this is a very basic starting point. The challenge is not everybody has a full end-to-end application that they built. So the threats that are applicable to me as somebody who's building an application from scratch is very different to the threats from somebody else who's buying an off-the-shelf service with GenAI capabilities built in. The good news is we created something about 2 and a bit years ago called the GenAI Security Scoping Matrix. And what we did, excuse me, quickly. And what we did is based on a number of conversations that we were having with our customers, we found that there was a lot of confusion and business cases were being mixed up, right? Somebody was looking at risks that were associated with free versions versus somebody who's trying to build something themselves, and it was really difficult. So we went and we spent some time. We essentially categorized generative AI and large language models down to 5 distinct categories. The first 2 are buy, right? So scope 1, this is around your publicly accessible, typically free type services. You can pay for them. But think of your ChatGPTs of the world. Think of any of those free type services. You have no control over anything once the data goes in. Scope 2 is all about enterprise applications. That could be coding assistance. It could be Copilot, Amazon Kiro. It could be something that's embedded into Salesforce or any other service like that. But ultimately, this is where you've got some T's and C's. You've got some contracts between you and the supplier and the vendor. So there's a little bit more control, but still ultimately, this is a buy service. You've not had to do anything. You're buying these. Then we shift over to what happens if I want to start building something. We figured there was 3 distinct categories for build. I'm building an application using a pre-trained foundation model. I'm not making any changes to the model. I may have some external data sources that I'm going to augment it with, but ultimately, this is around me using an application with a pre-built model that I don't touch. Slightly different if I want something that's very specific to my needs and my business case. So I'll go and fine tune a model with data that I've curated. And then on the very far right of your screen, you'll see scope 5, which is around, I built everything myself. I gathered the data, I curated, I cleansed it, I built the model myself for whatever purpose. And with each of these, there is a slightly different approach when it comes to privacy, legal, compliance, risk, security controls, resilience, depending on which scope you're in. So we see there's a QR code there. This will take you to the launch blog that we did about 2 years ago. And we've got a series of 5 blogs in that where we actually cover privacy and compliance. We cover security controls, resilience, as well as threat modeling. What we then did is customers were like, this is great, but I still need to know what I need to do in my environment. What tools should I actually be using in order to implement some of these things to protect us, to mitigate against them? So what we did is, first off, is we overlaid the OWASP top 10. Right? So we looked at OWASP top 10 and we said, generally speaking, this is how the top 10 for large language models will overlay onto that scoping matrix. Now, depending on the application you've got, there may be some minor nuances here, but if we look at something that you take off the shelf, I have no control over prompt injection attacks. I have no control over vector and embeddings weakness feeds. So it's not applicable from that perspective. But as soon as I move into I'm building it myself, we start putting out the things that are applicable from a large language model. And the only one that's really different here is in scope 3, you'll see what's it, LLM04, which is around data and model poisoning. At its bare minimum, because I'm not changing the model, and if I'm not introducing any external data sources, that just doesn't even feature, because I can't control it. As I said, it's all about nuance. If I've got external data sources that I'm hooking into this, then maybe LLM04 is relevant to me in this example. Right? But this just helps us, and it gives us a bit of scope that we can work with. In those blogs where we go through actually a lot more detail in terms of things to think about. So even though these may all align across all the different scopes and the information around security, privacy, compliance, etc., we've actually broken it out because we see incremental changes as we go through the different use cases. And then what we did is we then said, actually, now if you really want to build this and mitigate it, these are some of the tools that you can actually use. Right, so rather than just saying, go away and go do this stuff, what we've done is we've actually put it in place. So we've put this out there to say, go do this stuff. And these are the tools that you can actually use to help you. Now, just because you go and implement these tools is not going to fix all of your problems, because obviously we just spoke about this earlier, and that defense in depth, right? It's a layered approach. And actually, this is not going to fix any vulnerabilities that may exist within your application level, and vulnerabilities that are out there. So it's about running different iterations, different tests, different checks to see what's vulnerable where, and applying the correct security controls at the different layers. But specifically when it comes down to mitigating the OWASP top 10 for the large language models, this is a set of tools that we came up with. How many, out of interest, how many people have seen this slide? And very few. So I was introduced to this, I think this was released in Q1, thereabouts, maybe late Q1, beginning of Q2, somewhere like that. The large language model application SecOps framework from OWASP, and they put it out there. I had a look at it, and it wasn't up until probably about 3 weeks ago that I actually had a customer say, actually, we're looking for a framework. How do we do this? What can we do? We want to go right the way through from build and deploy to maintain, right the way through to operate. How do we put in a governance process? Well, what does the life cycle look like, and how can we do this? So I remember seeing this, I pulled it up, and then I did exactly the same thing, and I shared this with them. So what we've done is we've taken this and we've started building this up. Now, this is just a initial draft of how we've overlaid some of our AWS services. You could take this and create your own version and look at the cloud vendors that you've got. You could make this specific to each cloud vendor or on-premises environment that you've got, and put in your third-party tools, put in your open source tools that you've got there, whatever they are. But ultimately, you can take this and use this as a template. It's not mine. Go onto the OWASP website, pull it down, make your own version of this. But I've shared this. I work in our global healthcare and life sciences group with our global healthcare and life sciences customers and our global automotive manufacturing customers. And I was talking to one of our large life sciences and drug development companies, and this is exactly what they were asking for. This was 3 weeks ago. We were talking to them about this, and they said, hey, we got something like this that we could use. I pulled it up. That's fantastic. And we've done this. We've implemented this. Well, I say implemented. We wrote this all up. We shared it with them. And what they're doing is they're going to then overlay their own tools and services that they've got, those commercial tools and open source tools that they're using. Because now what they've got is they've got the framework that's there. Now they just need to work on the process that backs it up. How do you step through everything that's there? And just for fun, we shared this as well. So we've got the large language model top 10 mapped to MITRE Atlas as well, because depending on who you're talking to, some people are more interested in high level. I want to know the basics, which is where OWASP is really, really good at explaining, especially to leadership. It makes it super quick, super easy to understand. But as soon as you drop down to MITRE and you're starting to talk about those techniques, tactics, and protocol procedures, all of a sudden, leadership eyes glaze over, and they're like, go talk to the tech guys, you're going to fix it. And you can go and you can take this and say, or the forensics team, the pen testers, whoever, and you can go, here's a whole lot of stuff from MITRE Atlas that is directly related to this. And that crosswalk of mapping between OWASP and MITRE has been super helpful a few times. So what about agents? Yeah, I think I'm doing all right. I'm making up a bit of time. So you've seen this all today. I'm not going to talk through this one. You've seen this a good few times. What I am going to do though is remember the same process. What are the threats that are applicable to me? Here they are. Right. If I talk about what's relevant to me, here's one I prepared earlier. So if we look at this diagram, similar to the other one, but actually this is a focus on agents and how agents work. At the top, you've got the application, human or machine interacts with the application, sends an input down to the agent. The agent is broken out into a number of components. Specifically, when you look at it, you've got around planning, the actual tool calling, chain of thought reasoning. There's an integration with a large language model somewhere along there to do something, generate something, get some information back, looking at all of that. Then there's the actions, going off and taking those actions based on the tools that you've given access to, feeding it back up to the application, or in a multi-agent environment, going off to another agent. Again, super simple, but it drives the point home. So now when we overlay the agentic top 10, We get something that looks like that. And that's before you've even gone into the other agent and then put all of these on the other agent. Right? So what this starts doing is it starts giving you an idea of what do we need to do where, and what tools and what services can we implement on there. Again, looking at how we're doing this previously, something that we launched 2 weeks ago, we created the Agentic Scoping Matrix. So now what we looked at again is we tried to break down agents into their fundamental components and see how we could categorize them and how we could group them together. So we started off on the left with scope 1, which was no agency. We then moved right the way through to fully autonomous on the right-hand side. And you'll see this coming up time and time again. And it's all about the autonomy and the agency that's been given to that agent. What can and can't it do? So if we just, by way of example, if we look at scope, the first scope that we've got there, scope 1. Scopes 1, 2, and 3, by the way, are all human initiated. Right? So that means as a human or something needs to initiate the agent to go and do something. So let's use this as an example. Scope 1. I go to a chat agent, go to the agent and I say, hey, I need to organize a meeting. These are the 6 people I need to do. And the agent's going to go away, check our calendars and come back to me and say, I found this common time. What do you want me to do? Or in this case, scope 1 is not even what you want me to do. It just comes back with the available time. I then take it and I put the calendar entry in and I send it up. Nice and simple. All the agent is doing is it's going retrieving some information and giving it back to me. Scope 2 takes it a bit further. That same thing, I ask it exactly the same question. It says, I found this availability. Do you want me to book that meeting for you? And I go, yes, book the meeting. And it goes where it does meeting. Right. Scope 3, now what we're doing is we're coming out of that meeting and I say, I need to book this meeting. Can you go find the time? It goes away. It automatically finds a common time and it books meetings for everybody. I don't have to say yes. It just goes when it does it because I've given it trust and autonomy to go and make the change to the mailbox or that calendar. And then scope 4, fully autonomous, no human involvement. I come out of a meeting, my meeting notes are dropped in somewhere, and the agent automatically picks up that I've been to a meeting. There's some meeting notes, and in those meeting notes, it says I need to organize a meeting. It goes away, identifies the key stakeholders. It does what it needs to do, and reorganizes that meeting and puts that in everybody's calendar for me. So at no point did I ever go and say, go and book that meeting. It just went and did it. That's a super simple example. I'll give you a real example that I experienced last week. So I've been experimenting with our Kiro development environment. And like most people, you tend to get a bit lazy when you have to click next, next, next all the time, because scope 1, scope 2, actually scope 2 says, I want you to tell me every time you do something because I want to say yes. And after about 50 times, you get a bit lazy and you go, I'm just going to trust that command. You get used to doing that. You want to trust that command. Fortunately, this is an enclosed environment, experimenting with it. So what does it do? I'm busy trying to do a test, and it automatically decides it needs to use an MCP server that I previously disabled because I was trying to test without the MCP server. It goes, automatically says, actually, you've got this tool here. You've given me autonomy to do what I want to get this to work. I'm going to go and re-enable this MCP server for you, and then I'm going to get you the results. And I come back and I'm like, this is pretty impressive. Without the MCP, it did that. Until I read the logs and was like, yes, I have to do this. So bringing it back to real world examples, that's one where it can go wrong. The other thing is I told it to go ahead and do something. It said, in order to do this, I'm going to have to delete this. Are you good with me? It just didn't. I tested something about 10 minutes later, it was broken. So I just typed into the chat. This was working 10 minutes ago. What happened? Oh, let me check. Oh, by the way, this function, this code is missing. I'm like, well, where's the code gone? It's like, well, I deleted it because you asked me to clean up. It's like, well, fix it. It's not my problem. And it came back going, I'm sorry, I don't have a backup. Right? So these are real world examples. They are minor, they're experimental, they're enclosed systems. The point is, these are how things can evolve and change. And your processes need to change with them, and education is key. Right? Humans, by default, are lazy. I hate to say we all are, right? We will all take the easy routes wherever we can. So by implementing guardrails on the back end that allow you to do certain things or prevent you from doing other things, getting used to and being educated on the things that you should or shouldn't be doing and the way things are going to react and the potential implications of doing that's not key. Education is really key here. But I do see this evolving as we go forward, and I think people start getting used to it and they'll learn. They'll get into it, there'll be processes, we'll put the guardrails in place. Now, given that I spoke to John literally 2 days ago, I've tried to map the OWASP top 10 agentic version onto here. And what I came out with was this. Slightly different to the previous one. What I've done is I've categorized this in risk levels, low, medium, high, and critical, based on what you like. So we start off with scope 1, mostly lows. One of them is not applicable just because I can't remember what ASIO 7 was. It was, insecure interagent communications. That's because scope 1 is a very simplistic single agent environment. It's never going to have multi-agent, so it's not going to be applicable at all. We then go on to scope 2. Most things are medium. Scope 3, most things are high, with 1 medium high, and then full autonomy. Pretty much everything's critical. You need to make sure you're on top of this stuff. Right. So this is where we are. Bear in mind, this is only a couple of days old now. This is at a base. Right. Again, depending on the use case, depending on your application, these things are nuanced. You may find that actually, if you're doing something at scope 3, that your application, the way it's configured and built, actually some of these may or may not be a higher or lower risk, depending on what it is, depending on what the actions are that it's taking, depending on the type of data it's interacting with, the systems it's interacting with. So the key thing here is to sit down and understand what's happening and where those interactions were. Remember what I said earlier about actually understand where those integration points are? This is going to help drive what your risk levels are and where you need to apply things. So I then got a little bit excited. So I started saying, I'm going to start mapping the LLM 10 to top 10 to the agentic top 10. So I started and I kept on going. And I kept on going. Oh, I'm a bit too far. And I gave up after LLM04 because I realized I didn't have enough colors and the number of lines were just going to completely obliterate the total. So I ended up going the old school route and putting it into a table, which made it a little bit easier to read, bit of clarity. But essentially what we've got is on the left-hand side, we've got the agentic top 10. In the middle, I've mapped it to any of the large language model top 10 that I believe it maps to. And again, this was on the back of a serviette, writing this thing down super quick in the last couple of days, just to try and get this out there. Again, nuance, depending on the application you've got, depending on what you do, understanding some of these things a bit more may change these values, may change the table slightly. But the column on the right is probably not going to change too much, because again, these are the services that are going to help you mitigate against those agentic top 10. So we've got things like bedrock guardrails. We've got things like your identity services, identity and access management, Amazon verified permissions. We've got data protection in the form of key management service. We've got Macy to go and be able to tell you where that data is. These are all services that you're going to be able to use. We've got things like WAF, Web Application Firewall, Shield from a DDoS protection, right, for unbound consumption and rogue agents and overloading the systems and doing all of these things. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, the thing that I find amazing is from an AWS perspective, we've had years and years and years of AI services, over a decade, right? From our original AI services to where we are now. And the thing that I find amazing is that our foundational security tools we've not introduced any new security tools as such. Encryption's been around for forever, basically. Least privilege, identity and access management, making sure that the right thing has the right access at the right time. It's been around for forever. When it comes to authorization and identity services, we've been doing that for a long time. Not just us, but everybody. And it's not that we haven't developed anything, it's the fact that those foundational security services are what we need to protect a lot of these services and these things. So when you're looking at some of these things, you'll see a lot of these tools on here, you go, I'm already using these in our environment. And that's great, because the idea here is not for you to have to go away and think, I've got to go and learn a whole load of new tools or a whole load of new services and approaches to things. What I really want you to take away from here is that actually you can use the same tools and services to secure your environment, but you need to know where and why. And that is a lot of what the conversation is that we have with our customers. It's around bringing them around from the initial panic of, we've got to do this AI stuff. Help. I don't know what to do. To actually grounding it to, those security foundations that you've got. The teams don't necessarily need to go and learn a whole lot of new stuff, but you need to spend the time and understanding where those integration points are and the impact of that application, the risk of that application, and making sure that you tie it down. That is arguably where we spend most of our time, is helping customers, grounding them and helping. With that, I think I'm good for time. Thank you very much. Hopefully that was useful. I'm going to be here afterwards if we want to ask any questions.
Are we done then?
Fantastic. Okay, I'm a lecture. Right. So thank you very much. That was great. So we're completing now the narrative with, we talked about the context, we talked about real life implementation. What about how can the community support you? And there would be no one better than Sam here, both from the board and the local chapter, who can talk about OWASP and how OWASP can help CISO security journey.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, John. Thank you. Right. Let's see if this works. Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Stepanian. I am the OWASP London chapter leader. We're all here in London. I'm also on the OWASP global board. So if you have any questions about OWASP, how it works, and anything else you want to find out about our projects, events, and community, please come and talk to me. So for those of you who don't know, OWASP is a non-profit organization. We're not a company. A lot of the security vendors contact me and they try to sell me Salesforce security. I was like, sorry, we're not buying that. But we are first of all, we're a community, right? And of volunteers. We have hundreds of chapters worldwide. I was here, we are here in the OWASP London chapter. But what else we do? We also hosting conferences, right? Sorry, local and global. So we are here at an OWASP London conference. Important thing, we're all volunteers. None of us is paid to do this. We all have day jobs. I have a day job. John has a day job. Scott has a day job. Everyone has a day job. So this is very important. So it is a volunteer-driven community. We are global. So these are all the countries where we are at 71 countries, 250 VNAP groups, and 170,000 people who come and attend our events and participate in our groups. Here in the UK, those of you who are from the UK, know we have a lot of visitors from outside of the UK. Obviously here we're in London, but these are all the other chapters that we have at OWASP. I'm very pleased to see that I spotted at least 2 other OWASP chapter leaders, one from Cambridge and one from Bristol. So if there are any other OWASP chapter leaders from the UK, well, we have an OWASP chapter leader from India. Wonderful, Vandana is here. So for London, those of you who don't know, we run regular meetups. Please come and join us. OWASP London on Meetup, very easy to find us. You can just Google for OWASP London. Our community is here. We run meetups, right? Where we have usually 2 talks, 2 speakers, and we also run Capture the Flag tournaments or secure coding tournaments, where you can win some exciting prizes donated by our sponsors. Of course, OWASP is mostly about projects, right? We have lots of projects. The number of projects grows every week. And this is another very important thing. All our projects are free and open source, which means they are always open for collaboration and contribution. Now, obviously, we are here at a project event, right? And that is a GenAI security project. So you've learned at least about one project, but obviously we have hundreds of others. Now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about AI security versus traditional security. I think this was already highlighted earlier by Paul and by Mark as well, that at its heart, AI security is a software security. AI is a software application, right? So if you kind of look at it on a very high level, kind of has the same risks, right? We're still dealing with injections, input validation, authorization, right? Data integrity. So there seems to be traditional problems. However, what's changed, we have a new complexity with AI. What has changed is the mechanism. What we previously had, we had programming languages. In programming languages were very strict and deterministic. If this, then that, right? However, with agents, we have completely different mechanics. It's non-deterministic. It's if X, then maybe Y, or perhaps Z. So we have natural language versus programming language. And one of the problems that we have is that the traditional security teams are still trying to catch up. Obviously, everyone here is here to learn about AI security and all the latest projects, but not all the teams are actually doing that. And one of the other interesting things about non-deterministic nature of AI is if you look at traditional OWASP top 10 for web applications, and we're talking about SQL injection, right? There is a 100% guaranteed method to prevent SQL injections, right? It's 100% guaranteed. If you implement it, 100% SQL injection will not happen, right? So you stop it. With AI, there is no 100%. That is the issue, right? And in application security, it's a very big problem. And this is what we all try to solve. Now, I'm going to share you my personal experience of trying to report an AI vulnerability to a company. And this is a very large e-commerce company. And it had a chatbot, and that chatbot was actually helping with product queries. So as you look at the product and say, oh, I can help you with the product, I can suggest you some other products, I can tell you things about this product, right? And I managed to jailbreak that chatbot. I used the traditional jailbreaking mechanism, prompt injection mechanism. I used role playing. So I convinced the chatbot that it is not the chatbot, right? It's actually another actor. And I used some other techniques and gradually, which is called gradual escalation. So I gradually moved it to the idea that it needs to forget the fact that it's a chatbot for an e-commerce system and it's something completely else and can give me any information that I want. I tried to report it via the vulnerability disclosure process of that company. And then I was met by a very interesting pushback because the security team of that company came back to me and said, oh, you're reporting prompt injection. Prompt injection is an informational level finding, right? And I said, okay, hold my beer, right? So this is everything that I demonstrated. Disclosure of personal information. So there's the names and dates of birth that I managed to convince that chatbot to give back to me, right? And I know that they had guardrails, and the guardrails were specifically designed to protect, because the first time if I just open the chatbot on the product page and I say, give me the name of the date of birth of a CEO, and say, no, I'm not allowed to do this, right? This is a personal information. You cannot ask me that, okay? But I managed to jailbreak that, right? And give that information. I managed to get it to disclose sensitive and copyright protected information. I tried to basically show, get it to return and show on the screen copyrighted information. At the beginning, it resisted. It said, no, I cannot provide you with this information. And I bypassed that, okay? But then I found some other things, which was, this is all fair enough. But then I managed to get it to hallucinate products that this company doesn't make, right? And moreover, this agent, because with this chatbot, it was generating thumbnails of the products on the screen, and it hallucinated the miniature thumbnail images of the products that do not exist at all. So I reported that as well. And then which was very interesting. Well, as I was trying to do this jailbreaking, I could see that guardrails were working. They were kicking in and say, sorry, I cannot provide any medical information. It's like, what? I'm not asking for any medical information. This is not a medical product e-commerce site. This is like generic e-commerce site. There's no medical products here. However, it was obvious that the designers of the guardrails were so scared to be sued if they provide incorrect medical information. So the second the guardrail was detecting that it's actually being manipulated, it would spit out, sorry, I cannot provide medical information. But I think what was happening, it would reboot itself. Okay, so, okay, I said, okay, hold my beer. I got it to basically provide me medical information. Okay, and this is the information. I got it to give it to me, and which I think is quite scary, right? So I got it to provide me with this wonderful medical advice that if you rub hemorrhoids cream on your arm, it will cure your high blood pressure. Okay, so I took screenshots of this and I reported it to the company. And this is the response I received. They said, this is not a security vulnerability because we think that things like that, generation of inappropriate text and visual content with a model is not a vulnerability. Getting inappropriate suggestions from the model is not a security vulnerability. Malicious code generated by the model, we don't accept it, right? It's not something you can report to us. Any issues or actions which are results of model hallucinations, also is not us, not the security team. This is all out of scope, okay? So here's the lesson, right? So if we cannot secure this basic chatbot interaction, right? We talk about agentic, this is agentic AI. All we talked about today was agents. How are we going to secure these autonomous agents? If the companies adopting AI today, their security teams are not understanding this. This is the challenge, right? Because companies still have this legacy security mindset, right? Because they do not understand the threats of AI security. They still think in terms of code exploits, not in terms of model behavior exploits. And AI failures are seen as bugs or quality issues, but not new attack vectors, right? And legacy security frameworks weren't built with LLM autonomy or emergent behavior in mind. So another problem is that the risk is misunderstood because leaders do not understand what AI is. They think AI is another cool feature that we can implement. Go and ask any CEO if they think that AI is a new attack surface. No, they will not say this. Another problem with large language models, everyone says, oh, it's just a text, right? So because it's text, what can text do? It gives them a false sense of safety. But we've seen from all the talks today what text can do, right? And what is, of course, really interesting with prompt injection, it's hacking, but it's not hacking with security tools. It's not hacking with Kali Linux, Nmap, and other security toolkits. It's hacking with plain text English, okay? And people underestimate that how easily prompts can trigger harmful actions. Okay. Now, another problem is lack of clear ownership. How many of you have security teams? Okay. And how many of you have to deal with AI security? So whenever there's an AI bug, who is going to deal with it? Is it DevSecOps? Is it your data science people who work a lot with all this AI, machine learning people, the product team, right? So for example, the product team who built this e-commerce system, who's going to deal with it? Right, the responsibility is still ambiguous, and that is another challenge that we all have to remember about. Now, immature standards, right, and tooling as well. If you look at the security teams today, right, most of them are using traditional scanners, stuff like SAST, DAST, SCA, right? Show me a security scanner which will find prompt injection or model poisoning, right? The traditional scanners don't do that, right? Another problem is most companies today, they do not start implement security because they need to wait for some compliance requirements, right? The only reason why OWASP became so big 20 years ago is because PCI DSS said, okay, if you're a company accepting credit card numbers on your website, enough is enough of all the data breaches. You then install a WAF right? Web application firewall, or you do security code review and make sure that you address at least OWASP top 10 security risks, right? And another problem is lack of established reporting. How today your companies, if you're using AI, do you have a mechanism for people to report AI vulnerabilities to you? And if these vulnerabilities are reported, what's the severity scale? What's the CVSS score of prompt injection? Right? There's an interesting matrix that Mark showed earlier. So they actually found a way of how to do this mapping, but we don't have that system. Another problem is, of course, is the speed. Everyone needs to ship fast, right? Move fast, but then no one thinks about AI security. We'll secure it later, right? Everyone is jumping on the AI. Well, I was told, one of the companies, they said AI is like a train, and you do not stop, you don't basically stop in front of the train, right? The train needs to keep moving. The AI locomotive has to move forward, right? And we'll secure it later. That is another problem. So confusion over the actual threat feasibility, because a lot of people think that prompt injection isn't a security issue unless the model runs code, right? But that is not actually true, because indirect prompt injection, like we've seen today, is actually still allowing us to exfiltrate data, like I did, right? Misroute actions, manipulate agents if using agent, or degrade integrity, right? So this is another problem, because people are still confused. So how can we move from this confusion to structure? And this is where OWASP, us, our community, and our projects can help. Everything we produce is free and open source. The GenAI project, as well as all OWASP projects, it's all available online for free. So please do and use this knowledge, right? And if you start using OWASP GenAI project, you will see how all the problems that I talked about get addressed, right? So we will have a unified taxonomy if you start using OWASP GenAI, right? You will extend your security mindset, not into traditional security, but you extend it into LLMs, agents, AI-driven components, right? We have ways how you can understand and speak the same language, right? In terms of AI with all the stakeholders. This is why it's very important to adopt this project. And that's the bottom line. Companies today, they all underestimate AI vulnerabilities because the industry lacks frameworks, testing methods, and risk models. And today we learned quite a few of them. And this is what OWASP GenAI Security Project is providing. We are creating the standards, guidelines, tools, and community practices for you, so you can make AI security measurable and actionable. So in terms of AI community, OWASP community here in London, the community that I run, only in the last couple of weeks, we had two meetups where we had talks on the AI topics. We had Dr. Katie Paxton-Ferry talking about AI agents going rogue, right? And about excessive agency, right? This is what we were discussing today. And we had Sonia talking about secure vibe coding, which is another interesting subject. Your developers are using vibe coding tools. They're asking AI to write code. How secure is it? So again, these talks are all available on the OWASP London YouTube channel, because what we do, we live stream and record all our meetups. So I invite you to go and follow OWASP London on YouTube. You will be able to watch all our past talks. Another thing is OWASP global conferences, because these conferences happen at least twice a year. And this is where all the best minds in security converge. And we actually have a conference upcoming. It will be in Vienna. That's June 25th, 26th. We're going to have a big conference. If you are a speaker and want to present the talk, quite a few of you here in the audience, I know you are speakers. Okay. Call for papers is now open. We want to hear your opinions, and we want to hear about your research. Please do share it with us. Please submit your talk proposals to us. And this is my last call to action. Depending on who you are, if you are a builder, you're building applications inside your organization, use our OWASP projects. Use OWASP Top 10 for LLM and Agentic AI in your sprints. If you are a defender and you actually protect from threats, we want to hear from you, because please do contribute to GenAI project so we to find out about all the tools and techniques that you are using to help everyone in the community. And for everyone here, of course, as I showed you, there are OWASP chapters everywhere. Please go and join your OWASP local chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, do you mind asking Scott also to join us, and then we can go. Right. I hope it became clear there is project work. Please join the project too and work with us. We co-create material. Don't be strangers, but at the same time, be very active parts of the local community here in London. You know, face-to-face always helps. And I'm going to fill this conversation now because I'm waiting for our co-chair so that we can wrap up and thank you. There is a happy hour there, but before that, we wanted to say a big, let's wrap up and thank you.
Yeah, we just want to say a huge thank you to everybody who came out here and joined us today. We've got a great opportunity to, if you feel like digging in and helping out, right? So GenAI Security Project, we've got 8 working groups. Today, we've been talking about one of our working groups. So we're working on we're sort of the project of projects. Think of it as sort of a mini OWASP in a lot of ways. And so what we're doing is looking specifically at the generative AI space. If you're interested and want to contribute to any of these working groups, please jump in. If you have feedback, we're always looking for feedback. We are planning to do more stuff here in London and in Europe. So part of our goal as a project is to make sure we're being more globally present. Next year is all about education, the drill down in all of these areas. And so we'll be back at, currently we're tentatively scheduled for doing things at RSA in North America, and RSA that will be here locally. We're also working with the InfoSec team. And so we'll have a AI summit at InfoSec in July this year. So we'll go through more of beyond just Agentic, but Agentic will absolutely be part of that conversation. So stay connected and jump in.
Just for today, we can't do it. But I guess, sorry.
So yeah, so just, thank you all for being here. And of course, John has some things to say.
Well, one thing,
try mic.
That's okay, I have my voice.
Yeah.
Don't just read our documents. Come and join us, co-create with us, because unlike the likes of standards that we talked about that land on your desk and you have to find out where they are, come and build them with us and let's make that change. So thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.